Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia.
Here.
Mayor Kisumoto.
Here. Thank you very much. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing afterwards. Councilmember Edgar, please.
Please place your hand over the heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Great Spirit in the sky, we just thank you that we can all be here doing the work of the city. Look down upon us as we carry out our work and our duties. And please put a hedge of protection around the men and women who wear the flag of the United States of America as they go about protecting us and our country. In your great name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Okay. I would like the council to join us down in front. We have a few presentations to bestow. And if I may, Tom Rothwell, could you please come forward? Tom, please join us. How you doing, Tom?
Hello, Warren.
Good seeing you. Okay.
I walk down your back every morning.
See my dog? Yeah. Stand over here so we get a good camera shot. Okay, for Tom Rothwell, a longtime resident and one of my neighbors, it's in recognition and appreciation for your dedicated service to the city of Los Alamitos. There's a lot of whereases, and let me just kind of read the probably the last couple. Tom Rothwell has been active in civil affairs, serving on the City of Los Alamitos Personal Appeals Commission for 20 years, and Tom Rothwell continues to volunteer his time by serving as a commissioner on the Cable Commission since 2011. So now, I, Warren Kisumoto, Mayor of the City of Los Alamitos, on behalf of the City Council, hereby commend Tom Rothwell for his untold hours of volunteer service, steadfast leadership, and a heartfelt commitment to the betterment of our community. Thank you, Tom.
Sure, I'm a Morse code guy, but as you might gather from my call sign, which is a nice Morse code call sign. Well, I appreciate your comments there, Warren. It's a labor of love, and that's what life is. It's a labor of love, and I've loved every moment of it.
Thank you again for your service.
So, thank you.
Okay. Any council members want to say any words?
He always has the best outfits, that's what I want to say.
Yeah, I think everybody in the community just has a significant amount of appreciation for Tom and his wife, Vivian. I want to acknowledge the woman behind the myth, which is Vivian Rothwell out here. I'm probably going to get hit for that one, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we really appreciate everything you do, too. You know, Tom, also on behalf of the City Council, you are at every event, whether it's Wings, Wheels, and Rotors, Race on the Base, helping out. When I first got on the City Council, Tom handed me a card, and it was professional volunteer, and he actually meant it, and it did not matter what it was. He would actually go do anything that he could do for the city. So, Tom, you know, I really appreciate all of your efforts, and Vivian, thank you for everything that you do.
That's my bride of 63 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I'm going to ask Troy to take care of this. If we can have printmasters, Nessie Smith. 5-year business in our city. Troy.
I'd like to introduce to you Nisi and Carl Stewart, the owners of Printmasters over here in Los Alamitos. And This just a great story, them coming into our community, been established now for 5 years, have made a significant run at it. A little bit of history, background. I remember when they first came in, my other favorite printing place is Speedy, and I wasn't sure whether they competed against each other. And the next thing you knew, I'm on the Casa Youth Shelter board with Nisi and with Alan, and I didn't know where I should sit. So I hope you guys, I have made it through that process, and I just want to say that there's enough room in this city for both of them. They both specialize in stuff, but they're extraordinarily a great opportunity for them for 5 years in our community. We always want businesses like that to come in here, and so on behalf of the City Council and the Mayor, I just want to tell you guys we really appreciate it. We had an opening or an event at your business. I know Councilmember Murphy was there. Mayor, I can't remember if you were there at that, but it was a great opportunity to get over there, and if anybody's interested, they'll take you for a tour of their facility. They'll talk about their customers, and I just encourage anybody, if you need anything, go to the Printmasters. So thank you again.
We would just like to say it's been a great opportunity working here in Los Alamitos, and I talk about my customers all the time. I love my customers, and I love talking about them, and I appreciate the support that we get from the city, from other businesses, from the City Council, and we look forward to continuing to serve the community.
And thank you very much, and I know I use them quite often when we need printing, so it's a great place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One heart, you know.
Yeah, that's what I told him. Thank you.
Okay, in our last presentation, it'll be for the proclamation of the North Orange County ROP Career and Technical Education Month. Meg Catulli and Jewel Dentler. Thank you. Okay. So, do you want?
No.
I'll just kind of read the last couple. Whereas the North Orange County Regional Occupation Program offers individuals in Los Alamitos lifelong opportunities to learn new skills which provide them with career choices and potential satisfaction, and whereas the ever-increasing cooperative efforts of the career and technical educators at North Orange County Regional Occupation Program with businesses and industries stimulate the growth and vitality of Los Alamitos economy that California by preparing graduates for career fields forecast and experience the largest and fastest growth in the next decade. I, Warren Kusamoto, Mayor of City of Los Alamitos, proclaim February 2013 as Career and Technical Education Month in Los Alamitos and urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by the North Orange County ROP program and all career and technical education programs in the community, and support and participate in these programs to enhance the individual work skills and productivity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Oh, yeah. You can't give a board member a microphone and expect her not to use it. On behalf of the North Orange County ROP, I really want to thank the City of Los Alamitos for declaring February Career Technical Education Month. It is something that I, as an individual board member and part of the Los Al board, am very passionate about. We educate kids for the future, and ROP is the connection between the classroom and the workforce. Whether you're going to college, going to a city college, going for a certificated program, you are going to need to learn something past high school. ROP gives you a great chance to try out careers and see if you like them. We have some great success stories. One of our engineering project lead the way teacher, Martin Venezuela, applied for a grant from MIT, yes, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston, received that grant. They are now making an ozone purifying system. They're going to build a prototype, and he and some of his students are going to go back there this summer and display it and show what they've come up with. So we are reaching all kids. We have approximately approximately at LaSalle 850 students enrolled in the ROP classes, and the thing I have to read is the list of what they are because I don't want to leave any of them out. We have video production, accounting occupations, entrepreneurship, careers with children, preschool lab. Yes, we have a preschool on our campus, and talk about 5 teachers to 1 child. It's a perfect place for your child. And all those 5 teachers who are the kids have a master teacher watching them, so that kids are well taken care of. Introduction to fire technology, child development, emergency medical responder, health fitness, sports medicine, occupation and constructions, computer-aided design, principles of engineering, and engineering design, which are both part of Project Lead the Way courses. We're very committed in preparing the whole child in Los Alamitos, and we really appreciate the fine support we get through our ROP. We are in a consortium of 5 school districts, part of North Orange County, and together we're able to bring our resources, and then that way I think we get the best bang for our buck and we're able to service the most kids. So I really want to thank the council one more time for declaring February Career Technical Education Month. It's another fine example of how well the school district and the city does work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Did council members want to say that? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And I think we're going to have a presentation by the Cypress Americana Awards. I think we just can go, or is it, do we need to be up here? Or is it just, it's just a talk? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. You know me as Janelle Godges, Local Public Affairs Region Manager for Southern California Edison, but this evening I'm actually here as the chairwoman for the 38th Annual Cypress Americana Awards. Those will take place on Saturday, February 23rd at the Disneyland Hotel. For those that don't know but are big baseball fans, Trevor Hoffman is the Man of the Year. He is an alumni from Cypress College, so it's been a pleasure to be able to have someone that went to college, made a career, I'm told is on the short list for the Hall of Fame, and is now coming back with his wife and giving back to the community. So what a great full circle that a student from Cypress College was able to make. Our distinguished business partner is Kaiser Permanente, and standing to my left is, I think, a very familiar face and someone that I'm so proud that the City Committee for Los Alamitos selected as the Citizen of the Year, Teresa Murphy. I think she deserves a huge accolade. For those that do not know Teresa, she's with Precious Life Shelter. The City Committee, I also have Alan McLean that is standing to my left. Not forgetting to mention Marilyn Poe, former council member, Johanna Zinter, and Michelle Finney. For those that may not know, there are currently 310 students in the city of Los Alamitos that are currently attending Cypress College. So 310, that's a pretty big number. As you will see down to my right, we have posters that were submitted by the City of Los Alamitos. I am challenging every city to a friendly duel between the other cities. This actually came from one of your colleagues, Councilman Dave Shaver from the City of Stanton. He decided to have a friendly competition between cities on who can submit the best poster. So demonstrate to us why residents and businesses should come work, live, eat, play in the city of Los Alamitos. I think you have a lot to offer. I also wanted to encourage the city to consider purchasing a table. I understand that it is a little bit of a significant charge. It's about $2,500 for a table sponsorship, but I can let you know that those funds go to help out students that are in dire need, students that are wanting to make a difference in their lives, go to school, go to college. I just heard about a wonderful program, so I know that you have some of the best students here in Los Alamitos, and what a way to better further their education. I did want to allow an opportunity for Teresa Murphy and Alan to say a couple words, because they've been on these committees far longer than I have, and in the community far longer than I have. So without further ado.
Thank you very much. My name is Alan McLean. My wife Lori and I had the privilege of receiving the Americana Award in 2008. Lori and I and our family have resided in Rossmore for about 34 years, and we've had the privilege of having a small business here in the city of Los Alamitos for 29 years. So I encourage the city to get behind Americana. I know you've done that in the past, and I know you will do it this year. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And my job is just to thank you as the city to be representing Rossmore and Los Alamitos as a volunteer, a citizen, and someone who believes in this small community. I think our community has so much to offer and so much to bring its citizens. And so it's a privilege for me to be the one being recognized, but it really is a blessing to be working in a community that gives back so much, and this community does. Having been with the shelter for 24 years as a volunteer and then as a director, having worked with the Planning Commission in many, many avenues, it's wonderful to see the partnership that we can develop in a small community. So we invite you all to join us and have a wonderful evening at the Grand Hotel in Disneyland, and we hope you can bring people who will be able to offer students an opportunity to have a good education. I know from the shelter we have lots of students doing their continuing education at Cypress College as adult reentry. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all, and congratulations to all that we recognized. Moving on with oral communication, I have some blue cards here. Did I get all of them? And let's see how. Mark. Mark needs to go first. Mark. Oh, Mark Watman, please.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Actually, the reason why I'm here mostly is for a thank you. So it was last year that I came and I had requested some speed bumps be put in some of the alleys where there's a lot of children that are often playing, my daughter being one of them. And boy, I tell you, it was like the next day Jerry was on the phone with me, and her husband came out, I think that weekend or a couple of days, and we kind of paced off the alley and figured out where they needed to go, and there they are. And we don't have a lot of speeders down our alley anymore. I would just ask two favors, though. I think we missed one, and I talked with Jerry about it. I think if we can get that one additional bump put in. And then the other thing I'd ask you to consider is not just our alley, but if you look at various alleys throughout, I guess I'm focused on my block, right? But I'm sure there's a lot of blind alleys as you're coming out. Kids are walking to and from school, and you can't see them because there's a wall. And I mean, I'm really focused on it, and I know more than once I've been concerned about hitting somebody as they were coming because it's blind completely. And I don't know if there's been any accidents to date, but it's just a real big concern of mine. If there were bumps at the entrances, maybe 5 feet offset from the pavement, that would stop people whether they wanted to or not. And it would kind of eliminate that problem. Now, we talked about painting a white line, but I'm telling you that's not going to do anything. I saw there's one alley that has that, and I didn't even see it. So I was looking for it. So, but mostly it is a thank you. You know, it just shows that, you know, this process works. You know, I asked a Los Alamitos police officer, what do I do? And they said, go to a council meeting, talk to you guys, and there they are. So I appreciate that very much.
Well, thank you for coming. Yeah. Appreciate the feedback. Okay. Next, Shelley Henderson.
Hello, my name is Shelley Henderson. I'm editor of Orange County Breeze, but I'm not here in that capacity. I am here representing your neighboring city of Cypress, actually the Independent Cypress Festival Association. We had an organizing meeting a short time ago, and much to my surprise, I was elected chair. So I am the chair this year and next year of the Cypress Festival, and I want to extend a very warm invitation to our neighboring cities and their citizens, because as all of you know, putting on a community festival is a big undertaking and requires lots and lots of work. And the more people who volunteer, the lighter the workload for each of those people. So again, a warm invitation to help with your neighboring community of Cypress. And we look forward to, in our turn, supporting the Los Alamitos Community Festivals. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question, Shelley, if I may. So can you give a little more background on the festival?
It is held at Oak Knoll Park on Orange Avenue. It's in its, I'm going to bite my tongue, 33rd year. The official logo is a cow because Cypress used to be known as Dairy City. And there is a marvelous anecdote in Larry Strother's short history of the area about what happens when Los Coyotes Creek overflows and goes through all of those dairies, what happens to the output from the cows. But Cypress has, since the dairy time, transformed itself into a residential community, plus the business park on the far east side and along Catella. It is, like Los Alamitos, a small town feel, excellent school system, and we want to keep it that way, just like Los Alamitos residents want to keep the small town feel of Los Alamitos. Any other questions?
Date? The date?
The date, oh, well, obviously I'm new at this. It's the last Saturday in July. Is that the 27th? Yes. Okay, all day.
Okay,
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Pat Blanchard.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Pat Blanchard. I have resided at 11244 Rochelle Street for 47 years in this city. I first want to thank Sandra Levin for the time she has given to this city. You have represented this city through some rough times, and I want you to know that many residents have greatly appreciated your efforts, in spite of the less than respectful attitudes of a couple of council members towards your efforts. I do not know where you are relocating, but I hope wherever it is, they will appreciate what a talented attorney you are. I'm very nervous tonight. Next, I want to tell Angie Avery how much she will be missed as city manager. After the loss of so many former city managers, I believe the city had finally found a wonderful fit between you and the present city council. After all, who could not get along with such a talented and generous person? I greatly regret that many of us did not come forward to express our appreciation prior to your decision to leave. Again, I hope if you relocate elsewhere, you will be greatly appreciated for your talent. And my next comment is toward a member of the City Council. I'm not really happy about losing these people. I think they are just wonderful, talented people that have served the city so well. So my next comments are for a member of this council. Before the last election, Dave Emerson reminded the audience that the previous election was decided by less than 20 votes. He was correct. In fact, the election was decided by exactly 18 votes. 18 votes, Council Member Mejia, is not a mandate that allows you as a council member to treat people in less than a respectful manner. I have sat through many of these meetings, embarrassed and saddened by the way you address these educated professionals in less than a professional manner. Insults and attempts at the embarrassment come across as reflecting a person with limited education, which I know you are not. I do not know your level of education, but I do believe that a couple of college-level communication classes would serve you well in your position as a council member. And Cypress is a good place to start. That's where I got my AA, and they really prepare you for a bachelor's degree elsewhere. Before closing, I would like to say that I'm glad this council is re-examining the salaries and benefits contract of the non-represented employees. With what these employees have sacrificed during the last few years to return the city to a place of fiscal responsibility, I think they are due more than this council is offering. In closing, I would like to offer my congratulations to Dean Gross, and Richard Murphy. I am hoping this new council will reflect the positive accomplishments of the previous council. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And any other blue cards? I think that was it. Come forward. Please come forward. State your name. And if you, at the microphone, please.
I have some papers with what I'm going to say. Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Irene Gilgoff. I'm a pediatrician, and I have lived in this area for over 30 years. I am here to ask you to join the progressive Orange County cities of Laguna Beach and Dana Point and ask you to consider an ordinance to ban the use of plastic bags in the city of Los Alamitos. Orange County is now on the road to becoming a green county, or more accurately, because of our ocean, a blue responsible county. Let us join this progressive wave. Litigation against the bans of plastic bags are losing in the courts. It is no longer necessary to be courageous or necessary to be reactionary to ban plastic bags. It is only necessary to be concerned about the future of our planet. In respect to this request, I would like to present some reasons to join in this change. Our city has the advantage of being located close to the Pacific Ocean. We benefit from this financially, recreationally, and emotionally, yet our actions are destroying the ocean and its inhabitants. The facts concerning plastics are sobering. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch circulates in a gyre that is 1,000 miles off the California coast. It is twice the size of the state of Texas and holds more than 3 billion pieces of plastic. Plastic that is eaten by animals that either mistake it for food or incidentally ingest it during feeding. The toll that garbage brings to our ocean is heartbreaking. Approximately 100,000 mammals die each year. In 2011, a gray whale died in Puget Sound with over 20 plastic bags in his stomach. That whale swam by our shores many times during its lifetime. In 2012, a sperm whale was found with over 100 plastic bags. The author of the report that chronicled this whale's death said, "All of our civilization was in the stomach of this whale." Animals who feed on sea jellies, such as turtles, and those who feed on squids, such as rhezo dolphins. This is a rhezo dolphin. I took that picture off of Newport Beach just a few weeks ago. Are most vulnerable, but our bottom-feeding gray whale also succumbed to man's indifference. Because plastic is not a natural product, nature has no effective way of degrading it. Eventually, it falls into minute pieces, but this takes an extremely long time. A cigarette butt, the most common piece of garbage found on our beaches, takes 7 years to degrade. A six-pack holder, 400 years, and a plastic bottle, 1,000 years. Each year worldwide, about 1 trillion plastic bags are used, and only 1% are recycled. The bags used in Los Alamitos are part of that problem. They are the part of the problem that we can control, we should control, and we must control. There is good news. The oceans off the Orange County coast are vital and alive. Our shores currently support an estimated 100,000 dolphins who reside here year-round. The gray whale population is growing, and in the summer, 10% of the remaining blue whales on this planet visit Southern California to feed. Studies reveal the importance of these marine mammals to the growth and the health of our oceans. They do not only take, they give back to the vital nutrients that the ocean requires to support an abundance of life. If the ocean is to recover from man's excessive abuses, it will be because of areas such as the coast of Orange County. We're very important in that way. As residents of this county, we are blessed by the ocean, but we are also obligated to become its defenders. One blessing that we received from the ocean was demonstrated to me by my oceanography teacher at Orange Coast College. She asked us, as I ask you now, to slowly count your next 2 breaths. Now say thank you to the ocean for your second breath. Although we were raised with the words of the Lorax who spoke for the trees, it is the ocean's phytoplankton that supplies 50% of all the atmospheric oxygen available on this planet. The amount of phytoplankton is decreasing because of the damage that we continue to do to the ocean's ecosystems. If you love any living creature on this earth, any creature that depends on a second breath of oxygen, you should then feel compelled to do whatever it takes to save it. A ban on plastic bags would be a great first step. You are our elected leaders. We are counting on you to lead us. I am willing and glad to assist you in any way that you ask to further a reduce, reuse, recycle lifestyle in Los Alamitos. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much for appearing and speaking. Another speaker? Go ahead and identify your name.
My name is Richard Elginson. I'm a local homeowner. I actually live in Long Beach, and I'd like to make some comments on the 7-Eleven operating hours issue. I looked through the agenda. I don't know if I'm supposed to wait till later on or if I could speak now.
You can. I mean, we're going to have a hearing. You can speak at the hearing if you would like.
Okay, well, I'm a public employee in Orange County, and I have to be at work at 6 a.m.
Okay, so go ahead. Please say your piece.
I would just like to let you folks know that I totally oppose the 7-Eleven and Chase Bank. I think that the Planning Commission has been more than generous with their operating hours. And I live 2 blocks north of Ball Road. I can hear the traffic on Ball Road. I can hear train horns like 5 miles away under the right conditions. So, and I got good hearing. I wish you would limit their hours till 10 o'clock p.m. for the alcohol sales. I think you've been very generous about letting them come in, and I really do find it disheartening that corporate America has come in with Chase Bank and 7-Eleven, displacing 5 or 6 mom-and-pop businesses. You know, there's going to be low wages paid to these people at the bank and 7-Eleven, and these 5 or 6 mom-and-pop businesses, those supported families. So I do wish you would limit their hours to 10 p.m. for alcohol sales. And please do not let them be 24 hours. And if 7-Eleven has a problem with it, I would like to invite them to move their business somewhere else, because I really do not want them at all. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers? Oh, Diana?
Good evening, Council and Mayor Kuzumoto. My name is Diana Hill. I'm a resident of Los Alamitos. I'm going to wear 2 hats tonight. So the first hat that I'm going to wear is my board hat. I am a board member for the Los Alamitos Unified School District. I do appreciate the proclamation this evening, but I have come here to say, 1, thank you for the tremendous partnership that we have with this city. It's very important to the school district. As you know, our school district encompasses Los Alamitos, Rossmore, and Seal Beach, and parts of Cypress, as well as Sunset Beach. And so we have a great responsibility to a lot of families and students in this area, and we really appreciate your partnership. What I come to you with this evening is just an ask for support as we come forward with a request for SROs, which is School Resource Officers. As everybody knows what happened back in Connecticut in December, it hurts all of our hearts. And so one of the first things that we looked at when we came back and had our first board meeting in January really was the safety of our students. We were very fortunate that we have started a violence prevention task force, and that was started back in September. So we had already started some of the work that we needed to. So at our last board meeting, we had a workshop where we looked at what the task force had been doing and some of their recommendations, and also our superintendent came forward with some recommendations and suggestions. And at that time, we as a board gave her direction to go out and to actively get 2 school resource officers as quickly as possible. One of those resource officers would be at our high school with almost 3,000 students. It is really necessary for us to have that presence there, or to have a resource officer and the presence there. I think it's also tremendously important to the students to have that as well. And then the second officer would be roaming on our other different school sites. And so I'm sure that our superintendent will be talking to staff as well, and talking about what we can do in partnership, but I just wanted to let you know that and ask for your support when it comes to that. So that's one hat. Do I have any questions with that hat on?
Mayor, I got a question.
Yes.
Thanks for coming. Again, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Question is, I think most of us up here are 100% supportive of the SRO, and it's been one of the hardest discussions that we've ever had on the budget discussions every year. One of the things that would be very helpful, and kind of in return, if you would help us, is dealing with Seal Beach and the county of Orange, that represents Rossmore, to be able to kind of go in a partnership and fund it as a group, as a collaborative group. Even though our police department is here, any help you can provide us in that process would be very well appreciated.
I really appreciate that, and we absolutely are looking to have those conversations as well, because as we looked at data, we realized that a third of our students come from Los Alamitos, a third of our students come from Seal Beach, and a third of our students come from the Rossmore area. So we absolutely will have those conversations. That was my mistake in not saying that we are moving in that direction as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Diana, I'm a graduate of the FBI Citizens Academy. I graduated from there in November of 2011, and they've offered a program on school place violence and the same type of topics that we're talking about, with solutions that they've come up with. That seminar is this week, and I've reached out to your superintendent. One of the gentlemen that's on your task force is going to be attending that conference as my guest as well. And so we're all looking in the same direction on the same positive note.
And I really appreciate that, and appreciate the resources. And, we do feel that we have a very safe place for our students, but it certainly was a wake-up call to all of us that we can always do better. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So now I move to my second hat, and that would be as one of the organizers of the soon-to-be Sugar Beet Festival here in Los Alamitos. And I just want to give you a little bit. I came to the council meeting last month and wanted to come back and just say that Mr. Strother and I certainly are looking at moving forward. We've had some very good conversations and are really taking it to as many places as we possibly can to have conversation with all of the parties that may be affected, and maybe also really enjoy and be part of that festival. So I do know that it's something that you have on your survey, and I just want to reiterate that if the community was in support of the festival, that those funds would go directly into the funds that will be given back to nonprofit, not for organizing expenses. We do have sponsorships of over 25,000 so far, Southland being one of our title sponsors, and then Clean Energy, as well as a variety of other sponsors as well. So we are moving forward with that, and that will be this summer, and we are working with all the players that anybody who has any questions or has ideas about that, they are more than welcome to talk to Mr. Strother and I appreciate the support in that as well. Any questions with that hat?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. For the last two sessions, I've come up here and I beat the same thing, and I actually owe Ms. Globo an apology. Somebody was kind enough to send me the information from the Chamber of Commerce, and I beat the Chamber of Commerce up here, so I have to apologize up here. The Chamber of Commerce apparently made a profit in excess of $40,000 on wings, wheels, and rotors, which brings me back to 2 years ago when Ms. Cleveau came before this council and said, all of our money goes to the welfare nonprofit, and asked the city council to help offset the cost by providing services to them at no charge. And 2 years ago, the council did that, and then Mr. Edgar had it put into the budget for last year, but apparently last year they changed the rules and all the money didn't go. They kept over $40,000 from the numbers I saw, which seems to me as if they should have paid the bills. Either you give all the money to the nonprofit and the city generously donates the services, or you make a profit and you pay for the services. So going forward, I want to make it clear that telling us one thing and doing another is not appropriate. I would like to make sure that we do not give money away and give away gifts of city funds. Secondly, Mr. Edgar, being deeply involved with the chamber, I shouldn't be the one up here saying this. You should have caught that and asked the chamber to not take the funds and to pay the bill if they're going to keep the money from wings, wheels, and rotors. If they had given the full amount they collected to the charity, that's one thing, but to keep and pocket over $40,000 and take $6,000, over $6,000 in taxpayer money for services, that's just wrong. You know, there's no other way to put it, and I'm mildly disappointed that since you're deeply involved with the chamber, you didn't come forward and say to them, guys, you can't do this, or say to us, we shouldn't be paying for it. Besides that, again, I want to apologize for claiming they didn't know how to run an operation. They apparently do. They obviously know how to profit from it. I'd like to thank the council for their time, and again, my apology to Ms. Cleveau for saying that they did not know how to run it and make a profit.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close oral communications, and I'd like to move to register of major expenditures. Is there a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Have a motion for the approval of the major expenditures. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. So, City Clerk, we have a vote, roll call vote.
Councilmember Graham Mejia.
Aye.
My apologies, the roll call vote on here is wrong.
You'll start again?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Edgar.
Aye.
Councilmember Gross.
Aye.
Councilmember Murphy.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia.
Aye.
Mayor Kusamoto.
Aye. Okay. Next is the consent calendar. That's right. And they can be acted upon as one motion, or is there anybody that wants to pull any of the consent calendar items?
I have a question on A1. I'd like to pull that.
On A?
Yes, please.
Okay, pulled.
Move the balance.
Okay.
Second.
Second, okay. Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Mr. Murphy on approval of the minutes?
Yes, Dean and I came in halfway through this meeting. That's the minutes are for. Are we allowed to approve them all? We didn't have all the background for the first half of the meeting.
As long as you were present or listened to a tape of it or have some way of verifying what took place at the meeting, you can vote on the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I would move that part also then.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion is second. All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay. So 4-1, it passes. And I think, what's this? We're going to have a, okay. So thank you all for this. We're going to have a brief recess in recognition of our city attorney, who is going to be leaving us at the end of the month, but we do have some refreshments here. So please come forward and join us on that. And did you want to say something?
Through the mayor, first of all, thank you. I had no idea this was going to be happening. I really appreciate it. at the time when I made my comments in November offering my resignation, I didn't know that an opportunity was going to be presenting itself, and I just wanted to share with the public what I believe the council already knows, which is that I have taken a position as the executive director of the Los Angeles Law Library, so reducing significantly my role at my law firm to an of-council role. And the Los Angeles Law Library, if I could brag for just a minute, is the largest public law library in the country, over 1 million volumes, and we serve now not just locally the county of Los Angeles, but the state of California, the country, and many foreign countries because of our extensive collection. So it's a very exciting position. It's a changing time for libraries and was an opportunity that I just couldn't pass up. So that's where I'll be, and anybody who finds themselves in downtown Los Angeles and wants to come for a tour, please stop by and say hello and ask for me, and I'd be happy to show you around.
Okay, so Hal, please join us for some cake up here and refreshments. Brief recess. Yeah. We're back in session. Our next item is item 9A. It's a public hearing on 7-Eleven's appeal, and I'll turn it over to staff. Do we open this hearing now, or we do that after the report? I'm not sure the mayor.
You do that when you open the hearing, but I think Councilmember Gross has a comment.
Yeah, I would like to defer to the city attorney on recusing myself on this matter, since it was handled by the Planning Commission, and I don't want to create a concern of any bias on it.
Okay. I guess this requires me to give a little bit of an explanation here. There are certain kinds of decisions that are called quasi-adjudicative decisions, and this is one of them, where you are not establishing legislation or policy, but you're applying those rules to a particular person or their property. In those circumstances, the city has an obligation to provide due process, and due process includes a hearing by a fair, neutral, and impartial hearing body. So there is no case law determining that as a blanket rule, a husband can't review a wife's decision. However, there is some case authority indicating that that a planning commissioner and council member who are married to each other can raise a substantial question, not of necessarily of actual bias, but of the appearance of bias. So the Supreme Court has told us that in these circumstances you have to review the totality of the circumstances to determine whether there is an appearance of bias. So I can't do that for you. I can't weigh all the circumstances for you. That's your own determination to make. But I guess I would encourage you to err on the side of caution and recuse yourself where there could be any question about the appearance of bias.
And conservatively, I don't want to put the city into a potential bind like that, so I will recuse myself.
Thank you, Councilmember Gross. Okay, with that, then we'll open up the hearing for the 7-Eleven appeal. And we are going to, when we get to the comments part, we will incorporate the comments from a member of the public that spoke earlier on this, and we'll incorporate as part of the comments on this agenda topic. So can we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. The Planning Commission recently considered a 24-hour 7-Eleven at the northwest corner of Ball and Bloomfield. On December 10th, after public input, the commission restricted 7-Eleven to the hours of 6 a.m. to midnight, with alcohol sales from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So I want to reiterate, the 7-Eleven had desired 24-hour operation, but after the public hearing, the Planning Commission narrowed down their focus of approval and their conditions of approval on their hours to be, if you look on the screen, Planning Commission approved 6 a.m. to midnight for hours of operation and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. They did so because the multi-unit building was adjacent to residential properties with no buffer. There's no street that's across from it. There's a 5-foot alley between the houses and some of the buildings. I'll show you some of the slides. This is the property in question, the northwest corner of Ball and Bloomfield currently has a strip mall commercial, and it has a fast food restaurant that was previously a Walgreens, if you remember, in the late 90s that was constructed. The most recently approved project by the Planning Commission turns this into a Chase Bank, which has been approved, and this into a 7-Eleven plus one other tenant, but chopping off about this much of the building, if I can stabilize my hand. So that much of the building gets chopped off in the renovation. This becomes a suite for an unnamed tenant, and this becomes a suite for 7-Eleven. Now, 7-Eleven was required to go to the commission in order to obtain 24-hour operational hours. It was previously a liquor store, and their 24 operational hours would give them the desire to compete on the national basis. The Planning Commission, after hearing public testimony from many of these residents, decided that the site just didn't work for 24 hours because of the adjacency to some of the residents. So the Planning Commission voted and deliberated and then came up with the hours on the previous slide once again. 6 a.m. to midnight for alcohol, 6 a.m. to midnight, and then for alcohol, 6 a.m. to 10. And that's just based on the sensitivity. The Planning Commission came from a point of view of that 24-hour operation had 24-hour impacts. They wanted to mitigate the impacts and therefore shrink the hours to do so. Now, the day after the public hearing, the applicant, Mr. Steve Ibarra, who's in the room with you tonight, had filed an application to appeal that decision, asking for 5 a.m. to midnight for operational hours, and then alcohol sales from 6 a.m. to midnight. And that is the question for the council tonight. After hearing public testimony, is this council interested in adhering to the hours that the Planning Commission set? Is the City Council interested in changing the hours for 7-Eleven? Or is the council interested in sending this back to the Commission, who has an overall experience with this project because they sat through the public hearings necessary to do it? The City Council can certainly make a decision tonight, or they can remand this back to the Planning Commission. Remanding it back to the Planning Commission has its benefits, but it also has its restrictions because it delays the process of approval another month for the Planning Commission to work on this project. So tonight, the chain of events that will go on tonight is that the City Council will hear my staff report, which is going on right now, and then take a presentation from the applicant, who would like an opportunity to present before the City Council, and then open the public hearing for public testimony and public comment. After the City Council takes public testimony, it would be appropriate to close that public testimony and then render a decision that's appropriate for the City Council. With that, that is staff's report on the 7-Eleven. If you have any questions, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so looking at the four of us, any questions?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. So, looking through the Planning Commission and their deliberation, it looks like they were pretty thorough in evaluating this, but some of the things I couldn't tell through the meeting minutes. One, when you look at the final outcome of where they're separate now, it was a 24-hour request that ended up kind of being a compacted time, and it seems like just a couple hours kind of on both ends and 1 hour on the front end. Was this consideration thought through as an option at the time that they had their Planning Commission meeting? Because going from 24 to something, and this just seems like just a little bit more, and it just seems like did it really run its full cycle in the Planning Commission?
It ran its full cycle with the Planning Commission. If the applicant would have stopped at the end of that Planning Commission and said, time out, we'd like to change our request to 5 a.m., I think they might have gotten it, but they didn't say that at the time. They didn't heed the moment.
Yeah, because it seemed, again, I'm just reading it, it just seemed a little unorthodox that it almost in the middle of the appeal process, they said, hey, I'd settle for this, and if it was my business and I'm going to appeal and pay the money to appeal, I'd go for 24 and try it one more time all in. But they're just looking for an adjustment. So it just seems, I just wanted to make sure, because like I said, it looked like they had taken into consideration every aspect, but it didn't look like this proposal was one that was taken into consideration.
The 5 a.m. was never mentioned by the applicant as an alternative to the 6 a.m.
In here, it also specifies that in the Planning Commission meeting minutes that Ms. Riley had circulated a petition through the community. Could you give us kind of a highlight a little bit more? I know she's over there, her house backs up to that property. What was specifically in the petition?
The petition was a request to oppose the 24-hour 7-Eleven in general in this site. It was signed by multiple residents, both adjacent to the site and in the tract of homes.
Okay. The other thing is Jerry and I have had a lot of interaction with the person that owns that Twin Peaks Grill, and I would just say just a general statement, and that may be specific to this site or this business 7-Eleven, but everybody that's been there has an issue, it seems, with the hours. They don't have enough hours to make the money to survive, and we see a very high turnover on that corner. Somebody that came in from Long Beach and said, hey, look, I don't want these people here. We live north and we hear the train and everything else. But the reality is it's a commercial piece of property. We'd like to see something survive and have the highest propensity. I'm open to hearing more about this. I definitely am interested, but it seems like for the amount of appeal, not sure they're getting their dollar's worth for just a couple more hours. I think at this point I'm just going to continue to listen, but that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Egger. Any other questions? Councilmember Murphy?
Could you tell me the hours of the business that was last there?
The liquor store?
Yes.
Spirit Stop Liquor?
Right.
Spirit Stop Liquor, I believe, was open until 10 p.m.
Okay. And opening?
I believe it was 6 a.m. Very limited hours. I'll look for verification in some of my staff reports real quick.
Personally, the after-hours alcohol sale would bother me more than the opening early. I don't think the people who are shopping at 5 a.m. are quite as loud as the people who are shopping at 11 p.m. That would be a bigger issue for me than the opening. Stephen, that's your approximation is fine.
Okay.
I mean, if they were getting till 10, that's really what I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay.
And you have in the meeting minutes on page 3 of 5, one of the bullets down there, it says existing store hours were 6 to 10. So.
And the code requires in a commercial center, anything after 10 p.m. has to go for a conditional use permit.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'm going to wait to hear the
Public?
public.
Okay, so I do have a question, Mr. Mendoza. So in your report, it says that the current tenant did not require a conditional use permit. Why is that?
The code changed for a CUP for that kind of use in 2006, and they were grandfathered in prior to that.
Okay, so the next tenant wouldn't have enjoy the same grandfather?
No,
Is the same use?
The next tenant required an hour change.
So if they didn't have the hour change, they could be grandfathered in?
Yeah.
Oh, I
They
see.
wouldn't have had to apply for a CUP.
Okay, so
Because it would be perceived as a very similar or like use.
okay. So if they filed the CUP because they wanted 24-hour operation?
Correct.
Okay. And then if they had stuck with or maintained the same hours as the current occupier of that property, the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., no CUP is necessary. They just move right in and carry on their business. Okay. I think that's all I have. So if no other questions, then let's proceed on. I think the applicant wants to make a presentation, please.
I'm just going to show the presentation for the applicant.
Okay. Good evening, members of the City Council, Mr. Mayor. Real quickly, 7-Eleven is a world leader in the convenience store industry. 7-Eleven is the world's largest retailer in the convenience store industry. 7-Eleven has a simple mission statement: to serve the needs of the communities in which 7-Eleven serves. 7-Eleven normal business model operates as a 24-hour convenience store with alcohol sales that complies with state regulations. Having said that, in some cases, in particular in this particular location, we are able to achieve its business model with truncated hours. Having one of the council members' understanding was that even though we would like to have 24 hours, we can still make our business model work with truncated hours. So that's why we're moving with the appeal. Conditional use permit 12-05 was approved by City Council on December 10th for a 6 a.m. to midnight business hours. Conditional use permit 1206 for alcohol sales was approved by the Planning Commission for 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Our request is to have another additional hour in the front end to open up at 5 a.m. and also to add 2 hours at the back end to allow alcohol sales to match when the store closes. Currently, there are Starbucks and a Firehouse Cafe that are open their business hours at 5 a.m. in the morning to serve their customers, and we would like to have the same consideration for that. In addition, we understand that our staff has recommended approval for the 5 a.m. opening for 7-Eleven, which we are in total agreement with that recommendation. With regards to the alcohol sales, there are 2 existing 7-Eleven stores currently operating in the city of Los Alamitos, one on Catala Avenue, the other on Los Alamitos Boulevard. They're both similar in nature with the proposed site. They both face the public right-of-way, and they both have residential property at the back end. Each existing 7-Eleven store opens for 24 hours with alcohol sales up to 2 a.m. Alcohol sales are relatively low during the weekday, and they obviously increase during the weekend. Currently, there is a Rouse Market across the street on Bloomfield Street, which operates till 12 o'clock midnight with alcohol sales matching that. And to be competitive in this particular market and this particular site, we desperately believe that 7-Eleven needs that same consideration to compete with the Rouse Market. In conclusion, and to be consistent with other approved stores in the city that allows alcohol sales to 2 a.m., we were requesting the City Council to approve our appeal to allow the 1 additional hour in the morning, and also to allow the extension of the 2 additional hours at the back end for the alcohol sales from 10 p.m. to 12 o'clock midnight. Thank you. If you have any questions, we're here to respond to any questions you may have.
Hang on a minute. So any questions for Mr. Ibarra? No. No questions? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we'll at this point open the public hearing for the public's input. So anybody who would wish to speak, please come forward and identify yourselves.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Aaron Swerdlow, and I'm the property owner and developer. I wanted to speak tonight about what we're trying to do with this property. And we have got a very important decision to make tonight, which is, can we complete the transformation of what we're about to do on this property? This has been a property that has been unstable for many reasons, and we have a chance now to completely stabilize this property for the foreseeable future. We've got a tenant that is a true co-anchor for strip retail. Very few tenants are true anchor tenants and can withstand time, and 7-Eleven has proven it over the years as being a quality operator that has improved their own operations, that can succeed in this location and completely anchor down the other end. We've got it anchored with Chase on the corner, and now we have 7-Eleven to anchor this. Their compromise to come with the appeal that they did, and that's a good question, and I was very surprised and happy by it, but they listened to the residents and made a drastic change, one that I never would have imagined that they would have done to try to open at the store. And I know that they did this in a way because they have cut off the limit as to what they absolutely need in order to to approve the opening of the store and then to give themselves the chance of succeeding in this location. I hope tonight, and I'm pleading with you tonight, to understand the importance of this decision and that additional hour in the morning to compete with coffee, the extra 2 hours in the evening to compete with the Ralphs across the street and the other stores that sell alcohol is a critical decision that will, again, stabilize this project. I know that Chase Bank is hopeful that this will happen, and I know that as the property owner, understanding the long-term stabilization of this project, I know what this means. In addition to that, it also means that it will be a good co-tenant to lease out the additional 1,200 square feet of that space that will be vacant. They are a draw, and with their improved operations as a real convenience store with fresh food and everything that they bring, I know the value that brings as a co-tenant to bring in other quality tenants into that space. So I plead with you to approve this appeal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is John Riley, and I live in a property adjacent to this, and I'm opposed to any extension of hours. I was opposed to the hours being extended till midnight, and I also understand what you're saying, Councilmember Edgar. I would like to have some stable tenants at this location. It's been an issue for years. I've been down here for years with my neighbors, and it gets kind of exhausting at times. This is our home, and it's really important to us. But I think what we've experienced in the past and what we're experiencing again is an example of a business trying to come in and make the zone fit the business instead of putting a business in there that is appropriate for the zone. That's what happened before. We made a compromise with the restaurant. They actually were willing to give on their end in order to have a drive-through. They didn't open until 10 in the morning, right? So they limited their breakfast hours. They closed their drive-through early. It was a genuine compromise, and they probably weren't extremely happy with it. I wasn't completely happy with it. I smell that restaurant. I hear the noise all the time. But it was the spirit of a genuine compromise, and I think that was great. The 7-11 hours doesn't really represent any kind of compromise. They want to open earlier. They want to stay open later. They already have the benefit of a conditional use permit for alcohol sales. You know, how much do we need to give in order to get this tenant into our community? We're not precluding 7-Eleven from coming in there. Even if the hours stayed from 6 to 10, 7-Eleven could come in and operate. It's their choice. They're choosing that they don't want to do it because it doesn't fit their corporate image. But that's an image they're asking me and my neighbors and our families to pay for. We hear the noise from that property regularly, and we live with it because that was the deal that was struck. We know we moved in next to a commercial property. It's zoned for operation over there from 6 to 10. We understand that. So when there's stuff going on over there, we expect it. But to consistently have to come down here and fight against people who want to extend that and ask us, well, can't you give us something? Can't you compromise? I would say that, you know, when a use is under contention, the zoning ordinance represents the compromise. It's what the city thinks is fair in that location. It's what the city thinks is appropriate. So, you know, we don't necessarily like it. I'd like that to be a park or a coffee shop or something that didn't bother me, and I didn't have to come down here every year and a half and fight this fight over and over again. But, you know, and I think the best compromises are the ones that they don't like and I don't like. And if that's what it is, that's what it is. They mentioned the 7-Eleven on Los Alamitos Boulevard, and I'll tell you, it's a very different circumstance. That every resident in that location is buffered by the building and the alley behind it. There's a genuine buffer there. You guys have a petition that was signed by all of the neighbors adjacent to this with the exception of one. And the one neighbor that didn't sign the petition because he doesn't think it's going to be an issue is the one neighbor who is completely buffered by the building. Everyone else has pretty much no buffer. Noises over there are amplified. When it's quiet at night, it's supposed to be quiet. you know, a car door closing is very noticeable. Someone turning on their car alarm is very noticeable. That's the kind of stuff that wakes people up. It wakes up your kids. And to think that that would be going on, you know, 19 hours a day, to where we only have 5 hours of relief from that kind of noise, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, that's not very, you know, that doesn't really fill me with peace. You know, I worry about that all the time, and you don't know when it's going to happen, you know. And I had discussions with them about it. They've been good about doing community outreach, and I appreciate everything, all the, you know, all the processes and standards that 7-Eleven has. I think it's all good stuff. But whenever I asked them about the noise and the impacts with the activity over there wasn't really a response they could give me, because there's nothing they can really do about it. They can't control who's going to patronize their business. They can't control how noisy those patrons are going to be pulling into the parking lot. They have no say over that, you know, and we're the ones who have to live with it. So I want the same thing you guys want. I want the same thing they want. I want stability over there. I want it to be a place that can have longevity, but it's got to be a good neighbor for the residents. It can't be a threat to what we're trying to protect, which are our families and our homes. So, you know, I want to take it a step further, because I know that the Planning Commission extended the hours already of midnight, but I really would like to see them reduced back. I would like to see the zoning ordinance, you know, the hours of operation from 6 to 10 be the compromise. They already have the benefit of alcohol sales over there, which is a big benefit to them. And I think that should be enough. And if that can't be enough, then maybe a different type of business needs to be, you know, considered for that location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you guys?
Good.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Christian Charbonnet. I work for Lend Lease. I run zoning and planning for the region of Orange County and Los Angeles for 7-Eleven. We entitle their projects throughout the region, including here in Los Alamitos. And I guess I wanted to speak to a couple points. Things have been kind of thrown out there to this evening. And first of all, to your point, Councilman Egner, the sites that 7-Eleven chases are always 24 hours right out of the gates. That's the business model that they march across every jurisdiction. It kind of starts from that place versus starting from looking at a given market and saying, here, I think what would be appropriate would be 5 to 12 or 6 to 10 or 4 to 11, however you might want to say it. And through the process of going forward, looking at the local zoning code, the ordinance, community participation, and then what we can actually do to attract a franchisee to actually patron that store and plant down and be there for the long haul for stabilization purposes, all kind of works its way through the system and gives us what we can do. So in this particular case, it was kind of the same thing, where you start with a 24-hour store as a proposal. You then say, okay, what makes sense here for what we see here now is full alcohol sales from 6 a.m. to 2 in the morning, as is approved in other areas. And we went back after the Planning Commission and looked at the business math, and it just is not there if we go less than what we're proposing tonight. And so that's where we're at with it on that point. And then to your point, Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned, we were talking about liquor store current use. Liquor stores typically, as a use, 40% or more of the floor area reserved for alcohol. It's a very different business than a convenience store where 7 to 10%, what amounts to about 2 cases in a cooler, reserved for alcohol. It is a component in a purchase, not the whole purchase. And so I would imagine you could probably have truncated hours with a liquor store because the flow of your profit is a little bit different than here. So that, just wanted to provide that detail for decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Hi, I'm
Shelby Riley. I live at 3952 Kenmount. I'm located right behind the property. One of the things that I wanted to point out, I attended the Planning Commission meeting, and that my understanding is that if a conditional use permit is granted, 6 to midnight, 5 to midnight, that it stays with the property. And so I guess one of my biggest concerns is if the 7-Eleven, for some reason, it doesn't stay, then now we have this permit that goes with this land that anybody can slide right into, like we're discussing tonight, how they can slide right into 6 to 10. So I think that's really important to me, long term, what makes sense for the property and its longevity. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just close. Oh. Okay.
Good evening again, everybody, council members. First of all, let me wipe away my tear for the applicants. And specifically, I'd like to respond to Councilman Edgar's comment about the stability of that property. I've been a resident in that neighborhood about 9.5 years, and when I got there, I think the Walgreens I think they were already moved down the street, and that property sat vacant for 2 years. So obviously there was absolutely zero stability there. And since the Twins Grill came in, I think it's been quite stable. And as far as stability goes, why would anybody want to stay there when this applicant and landowner are kicking them out? So again, I really do hope you could listen to the homeowners and give us something instead of corporate America, because we certainly deserve more than they're giving us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another speaker?
My name is Charlotte Anderson, and my property is directly behind the building that is in question. I object to the 24-hour that they would like to do. I would like to have what was requested at the last meeting, 6 o'clock till 10, and no alcohol after 10 o'clock. If they want to stay open till 12, I have no objection to that, but no alcohol after 10 o'clock. Not only is the car traffic objectable to me, but also the foot traffic, because with foot traffic comes the noise, talking, and sometimes the talking is loud, sometimes the arguing at that time of night, and so I totally object to that. One more comment is on the screen, they mentioned different 7-Eleven stores opening and staying late, but those stores do not have residents so close as we have here. So my plea is that we go with what was suggested at the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So any other comments? I'm going to go ahead.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, if I could add, there's 2 letters that have been placed up in your reports that were from 2 persons that supported the project,
Yes.
and I wanted to introduce that for the
Okay.
record.
Thank you. So we have 2 letters here that will be incorporated as part of the hearing. And with that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back here to the council and for discussion. Oh, yes?
Oh, no, I just
Yeah.
would like to go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually have a question for Stephen. Stephen, I was looking through, because as Troy said, this property has been an ongoing issue. And I was looking through the code, and is a convenience store even allowable on that property with the zoning that we have there?
Not necessarily, no. This came up early on with our assistant city attorney. We talked about the use and whether this is a store, it's a market, or it's a convenience store.
Right.
And the early determination was that 7-Eleven was no different than a store. or market, which is allowed in the CG zone. And we had to err on the side of caution with the zoning code because of the conflicting description.
Well, the only reason I ask is during the presentations, and I did a little research before the meeting, and they clearly, 7-Eleven clearly calls themselves the world's largest convenience store chain, and then he also made a reference to it in his presentation. And believe me, I'm not opposed to you being there. We just got a new 7-Eleven by where I work on La Salle Boulevard, and we couldn't be happier. I will make a point of clarification. The 7-Eleven by my work nearly abuts the houses. There is a little alley there. Where I live in Apartment Row, there is a 7-Eleven, and it's only separated by an alley. I understand what you all are saying, where there's no buffer at all. So I guess, Stephen, I believe in the code it's 17.10.020, and it very clearly says convenience store. So I was just wondering, maybe if this isn't better that we kick this back to the Planning Commission so that they can clarify this, maybe make a change to the code to either allow or disallow. And in that recommendation, I would ask the council to refund the money to the person who's appealing if we choose to do that, because we wouldn't be taking any action on the item. Sandy, do you have that in there? 17.10.020? Okay. I just wanted to give you the exact one to narrow it down for you.
You can go ahead. This will take me a few minutes to-
Okay, so really, I appreciate, Stephen, that you all discussed it. I don't know that that was clear to me from the meeting minutes, something I could have overlooked, I guess, but that would really be my main concern. Some of the references that were made, I believe, by the applicant were that the Firehouse Cafe and Starbucks are allowed to have those extended hours, but they are not near residential properties, and so I don't think that's the same comparison. Also, Ralph's, that is in Cyprus, so really we have no purview over what they allow or disallow. I do have a question for, I guess it would be the landowner. Is there a way to put a barrier, since we don't have a picture of what it's going to look like necessarily, is there a way to put a barrier up to where the traffic from the liquor store couldn't pass through by the homes along the back?
Well, there's a wall that's going to wrap the perimeter. That's an existing wall, which is actually the property of the residents. It's not our wall.
Right.
And so it would depend on the wall height. So that's one item that we've discussed. And the other thing is the use of trees.
For buffers.
Yeah.
No, but my question is within the parking lot itself, since I can't see exactly how it's going to appear, if you have the Chase where the Twins Grill is that where you're going to have the building located?
Yeah, it's on the corner.
Okay. So, and then there'll be parking back behind as there is now?
Right.
Okay. Is there a way to, and I think I talked about this with the previous owner of Twins Grill, right where the building is going to be removed, where that black line is on the top of the building?
Yes.
Is there a way to put a barrier there through the parking lot towards the building so that the pass-through traffic from the liquor store could not pass back through by those homes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to coming up with a solution on that. I'm not sure exactly what the solution would be because, you know, if we raise the wall height, I guess that's an option.
Well, the only reason I ask is because the building is to some degree a buffer for the houses
Right, no, I
behind
understand.
it. This, obviously, you can see they have nothing.
Right.
So the less traffic that they would have to experience going in and out of there, you have an ingress right on the street there so that if there were bank parking, they could come in through the front and the side. But if you didn't allow it to pass through from the liquor store at the nighttime hours, I think that might make some kind of a difference. I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Again, I mean, I think that as far as putting up a barrier for where that building is now, it's really a combination of some sort of a wall and landscaping.
Landscaping. But you
Yeah.
would be interested in doing that if that was...
Yeah, sure, I've always
agreed.
been open to that.
Okay. Thank you. Sandy, do we have anything yet?
Now, apparently, this is an issue that that the assistant city attorney and Stephen went over. So I've found the various provisions in the code, but if you want an answer from me now, I would need to talk to Stephen a little bit about.
Okay, well, then I'll
some
go
of
ahead
the
and pass it
facts.
back to the council. Mayor,
Okay.
right now, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
If you want, Rich,
Richard, I just have one
Richard,
question.
okay, go ahead.
For Mr. Ibarra, could you please quantify, what do the 2 hours of alcohol sales mean to you? Thank you.
Councilman Murphy, I'll take that one.
Thank you.
Sure. We don't have the numbers right here in front of us.
Okay.
And it's more of a regional cumulative effect. So operationally, 7-Eleven, and we have sometimes trouble getting a 7-Eleven ops person to attend these scenarios, but the way I understand it is that there is a certain hour threshold that's targeted for a given region, and then each individual store has the same. And so when you start clipping back, it's okay up until a point.
Okay.
And then from a business perspective, it no longer makes sense for that store or this one. And then the region changes a little bit, which causes you to start planning stuff in the outlying areas, which you may never have contemplated in the first place.
Okay.
So there's the point being, there's a regional map at play.
All right.
As well as a site-specific one.
Okay, thank you.
Bet.
Thank you. Councilman Rager?
You know what, I've got a couple questions for you, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Ibarra. Bigger picture for 7-Eleven, or for either one of you guys, whoever would know 7-Eleven as a business and what the franchise means as far as revenue to the city.
Okay.
I was active when we did the CVS conversion of an office building to a pharmacy right over here, and it generated about $70,000 a year tax, which is about a police officer without benefits. So I'm just curious, 7-Eleven, you guys come into a city, you have a footprint, you look at the demographics, you're seeing something here in the city that seems to be really good because this is your third one you're putting in here. Tell me a little bit more about the revenue that you would project from this, and then just whatever that revenue is up here, we should multiply that by about 1.5%, and that's what it means to us here in the city. And by the way, Mike, I definitely, Mr. Riley, I will talk about the softer side of the community, but I just want to find out business-wise what the store actually means.
Well, I unfortunately I can't speak to the specifics of the revenue numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have them, and I don't have that data with me. But whenever a 7-Eleven is opened, typically in Southern California, the tax revenue generated from each location tends to be in the neighborhood of $70,000 to $100,000 a year per site.
And that
What's
was
that word?
consistent with the 70 that I'd heard at a pharmacy type, but I wasn't sure if it was approximately the same.
It could be. I know the convenience store model is one that CVS gently approaches, although they have a supermarket quality to them.
Mhm.
So it's slightly different, but consistent.
Okay. And then I guess, I live in that part of town too, so, and work really weird hours coming back. And, for me, the decision of whether to go to Ralph's or a convenience store to pick up a couple things on the way home makes a difference on what's open. I don't know necessarily alcohol sales, but definitely, if it's open, I'd stop in there. And I think a lot of people have that behavioral perspective. I do look at Cypress and that Ralph's as a direct competitor, because the issue is, do you want to walk into a supermarket and go through that process, or you just want to walk into a convenience store? And I guess that from 10 to 12, I would think that would be a revenue generation point, especially if your floor space is a majority alcohol, because it is a liquor store, right, or a convenience.
It is. The way that the 7-Eleven breaks up a given purchase is as such. You might walk into a 7-Eleven and pick up a bag of chips, some Tylenol, and a six-pack of soda, and then a six-pack of beer. Bring that along with you up to the register, pay for everything, and then walk out the door. 7-Eleven has done studies in which their behavior patterns of their patrons come in. If the beer is not there, not so much along with everything else they're buying, they will walk out and go somewhere else. So we miss not just the beer segment, because that's only 7% of our sales floor area, but the whole purchase goes away. And if that happens once or twice, it's probably okay. If it keeps happening, then there's no more reason to do the store. And so that's kind of the conundrum we're in.
So when you look at that footprint, pretty tight on parking, is the operation of delivery and those types of things, what hours does this place get deliveries of its merchandise?
Well, delivery typically happens in the morning before the store opens. So it wouldn't be in the dead of night at 1 o'clock in the morning. You'd have trucks idling, blowing exhaust down the street and into everybody's neighborhood. They are basically take the recommendation of what comes from public hearing, and if there's an ordinance to address that, we just fall in line with that. We're fine with however that lands, but and we'll get stock to our store, but we wouldn't take up space, idle, or be a problem that way.
Okay. And then just a couple other comments. You know, when we look at getting businesses in there, I think within Los Alamitos, some of the challenges that I felt 5 or 6 years ago on the Planning Commission was that we really raised such a bar that we'd have companies come into our city and they would get just frustrated and go. And that corner, you know, when it's closed down for 2 or 3 years, as the gentleman said, it's because it burnt down. The restaurant actually you know, caught on fire, and there was a lot of problems there. But, you know, I mean, I look at that building like this, you know, let's look at our architectural review of this you know, location. You've got, you know, North Long Beach aged building design. I mean, it looks like if you were in North Long Beach somewhere, it's kind of United Nations white. It looks, you know, you know, I would think it is a part that we would really need to try to beautify. So now you try to find, well, what type of people do we want in there? And, you know, we've been fishing as a city, just as a passive fisherman. We don't actually, we're not trying to lure companies into there, but I know the owner's definitely been very active in trying to find people. Sure. And I would just say, we definitely need to balance the residents' needs, but I would sure hate the opportunity to miss having, you know, look, I was with the Rileys back when there was a restaurant there, and we were, and I walked that neighborhood, and they were complaining that smoke would come in through the living room, through the restaurant. I mean, and you know, you're sitting out there listening to it and smelling it, going, yeah, that's pretty bad. It's, you know, you got little kids. Now you got a bank there, or possibly at some point. And so you've taken the odor part of it out, and now you've got this issue. And with this issue, you potentially, the trade-off is beautification, which potentially brings more value to that portion of our city to show that it's kind of been upgraded, because it definitely needs it. I'm also supportive of what Jerry talked about, and it was in my notes too, was the mitigation of the perimeter. I don't know how you do it. You know, we are terrible traffic engineers and engineers of designing parking lots. So, but I would think if you guys could come up with something that would be helpful, I would support sending it back to the Planning Commission and seeing if there was a way to work through that would meet the requirements of our residents somehow. I'm not even, quite honestly, I haven't seen the petition, but I don't know exactly like how adamant they were of there's no possible way, you know, never, or whether it's like, okay, well, maybe we can do something if there's a wall or some sort of mitigation there. But I don't know. I'm hoping that we would be able to find something. I really hate to lose this partnership of a 7-Eleven and a Chase in that portion of our city. But you know, these, I think Mike described it, you know, when people have to go to bed every night and, you know, they have to try and figure out, can they go to sleep through that process? I think that would be something we need to care about. But the other thing I was going to ask you, one of the objections that was brought up was, you know, hey, what if we get a conditional use permit and they leave and then it kind of transfers through? What is the average lease length for a 7-Eleven? Do you know that?
10 years is average. And I'm not, the agreement in play here has not yet been solidified just yet. It still has some tweaks to yet to go. I don't believe there's been any tweaks to the lease term. But I think that's, yes, and that's typically what it is.
It's a 10-year term with 20 years of options.
Okay. Yeah. My last comment is I just want to tell everybody on the business side and the residential side thank you for staying calm and non-emotional through this. I think that the key is we want to hope and pray that you guys will find some sort of path to coexist, and we really want a 7-Eleven and Chase there if it works out for everybody. So I think what you'll see up here on the council is a real desire to work with businesses to bring good companies like that there. And if there's anything else that we can do to facilitate that, I would say to continue to stay in touch with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Edgar. So I just have a few, questions or statements. I live near that area. I used to live in the track behind it, and I'd walk there, and I'm very familiar with the property. And I think that the notion of stability, I guess I don't really get that sense, as one of the other members of the public had also said. But I do know there's a couple of empty offices in there, and I do understand from the landowner, the property owner, there's a need to get that occupied. My perception of the 7-Eleven, I think they'd be a fine addition to the community, but under the right conditions. So taking the input from the public, I can understand and imagine the suffering or the impact to their lifestyle that may happen. So if there is a way to mitigate some of the issues, certainly I would love to see that. And I guess the property that backs up along the building and backs up to Ball Road, is that yours, Miss I guess Charlotte? Is that yours?
She's right there.
Yeah. Anderson, Miss Anderson, is that your property?
I can show you which one is hers. If you want.
This one here?
No, she's up. Yeah, she's the next one to the left. There.
Right there. Okay. So yeah, this is Riley's, and okay. So then, I believe then the buffer gets created with the additional parking, but I guess the downside would that be with that removal of that part of the structure. The downside is that's where the cars will be parking, and alarms conceivably would be at least being armed, disarmed on their cars. But with that said, I hope there's a way that we can, as Councilmember Edgar says, to get this tenant and make this property work so it's a win-win-win for everybody. So I'll be willing to listen and see what we deliberate on over here. With that, any other questions, comments?
Just a question for the property owner. You mentioned that, my question is there a time difficulty or time frame? When do you need a decision by?
Well, I was really hoping for a decision tonight.
Understand.
We are, I'm guessing, I'm hoping a couple weeks away from being able to start a demolition. Obviously the Spirit Liquor is in limbo, and we're in limbo on what to do with Spirit Liquor. And when I said instability, I'd like to make one comment to that. The Spirit Liquor space has had different owners buy that space. It hasn't always been the same owners. So even though the tenant may be the same, there's been turnover of ownership. And what happens with instability is that when you're a second, third, fourth generation property owner and your basis in a property is very low, you can afford to have tenants that really can succeed in a location because they don't have an occupancy cost associated with it, a very low occupancy cost. And for a property owner like that, they can handle that. When a new buyer comes in and resets the whole basis and buys it at a market value and invests a lot of money, which is what I'm doing, it resets the bar. And now you've got to try to find tenants who can afford it, and that creates a different instability. So there's an existing instability that's been there. There will be a different instability. But as far as the timeline, it will certainly be complicated if we don't figure out what we're going to do with this space now.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so back to us.
Through the mayor,
Yes.
are you ready for me to
Oh, yes, thank
answer your
you.
question, having looked at this now and conferred with Mr. Mendoza? So there are a variety of similar categories in the code, ranging from convenience stores to markets to pharmacies, retail sales, a lot of things that are similar but have different different permissible uses under our code. And regardless of what we call a use or what they call a use, we have to treat similar uses similarly. And so the implicit finding of the Planning Commission in doing this is that it belongs with the categories of markets and pharmacies and other things that are permissible with the CUP, or permitted outright. The CUP is required for the hours. You could, if you're sending it back to the Planning Commission, you could ask for further findings on that fact, but I don't think we've really teed up the issue here for the council to be able to make findings one way or the other.
Right.
And I don't want anybody to accuse us of making arbitrary distinctions between similarly situated businesses. We have to be consistent in order to apply the code. So if you're sending it back, you could ask for further findings about why this use fits in one category versus another under the code, and then we'd have a better record to work with.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Then maybe what we'd like to do is, since this specifically says convenience stores, which is what they are, under CG, that the Planning Commission, if we go down that path, that we have them address this and maybe amend it if that's what's necessary to make sure that we're in compliance, whatever's needed.
Okay. Okay, so to us, I'll entertain motions on this hearing, on this topic. Are there any motions?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to send it to the Planning Commission for clarification on the point that I brought up regarding the convenience store, to readdress it. I would like to refund the money for the appeal, since we are not taking action, and I don't think we should negatively impact the applicant. And then on top of that, ask the Planning Commission if they could find time to have a special meeting so that this can be addressed in a more expeditious manner.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia to, I'm going to take it out of order the way you said it, to refund the appeal monies deposited by the developer, and then I think it's remand the topic back to the Planning Commission.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the motion?
Well, and also a special meeting.
Oh, yeah.
I need a clarification.
Sure.
So it was appealed specifically on an hours issue, but we're going to send it back on an issue clarifying the zoning. I don't think we've answered the issue, or are you saying
No,
we'll
to
send it back?
readdress the issue that was brought forward tonight, but also maybe some
Clarification.
cleaning up of the code here.
Okay.
So remand to the Planning Commission to readdress the requested hours of operation, and
The extended hours of alcohol sales.
yeah, and then also revisit the permissible usage.
Mm-hmm. Within
So-
the code, 17.10.020 specifically.
I'm sorry, say it, 17?
.10.020.
Okay.
Just for clarification purposes, so we don't have this happen again.
Okay, so
Under-
yes,
Sorry,
thank you.
one clarification. Under your code, any code amendment has to start with a request from the council or an application. So if you could make it clear that the request is to either make necessary findings to fit within the code or recommend a code amendment as necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion in three parts then. It's to refund the
Okay, that's fine.
the money paid for the appeal, remand the topic to the Planning Commission to be readdressed for the hours of operation, and then revisit the permissible use under the City Code 17.10.020 to make a finding or recommendation to the council. That is the motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I just a couple things. So let's just say that because I'm really close to supporting Jerry. It's like 2/3 of it. I'm completely on board because I do want it to go back to the Planning Commission. I think that we're close enough to be able to potentially reach a conclusion, and I'd like to see the Planning Commission, be responsible for what they started there. But by sending this back to be evaluated for the zoning issue, the message that I feel that we're sending there is that. We end up sending something. Think about it. You appeal to the city council because you want hours change. We may actually kill the project because that now we're going to say that you can't have a convenience store in there. The ramifications of, if that's true, which it's subjective, but it's made it through all the way to now. The ramifications, if you're the property owner, are pretty significant. And
That's why I'm saying if you just need to address changing it so it's permissible, then we could take the process to do that.
So let me just kind of throw something out is, if I was a property owner at this point and potentially the operator, maybe you want to consider staying where we're at here and accepting the commission's recommendation and not risking it getting sent down to actually get killed off in its entirety if they do have a zoning issue with this and they decide they don't want the zoning there. I think I would be worried if you put out a lot of your own personal money to buy this property and you're going to get an answer that you may not really like and you're stuck with the property you can't do anything with. So I think, I don't know. From my perspective, I guess, I guess I'd just like to talk about it a little bit more and maybe even involve the landowner because I think this is a pretty serious move.
Sure.
But again, if you guys feel strongly enough that we need to send it down there and because it's a gross violation, then, maybe we should do that. But my view is it's made it this far. But the failure, the bad side of sending it down there actually really almost condemns this property to a use. Look, we haven't found anybody in 6 or 8 years, and then we're going to potentially clamp it off further. I don't know what ends up happening. And I got to be honest, I don't think I'd want a house backed up to that property that quite honestly looks the way it does right now for the next 10 years. So I don't know. That's just my perspective, and I would be interested, Mayor, again, if there was a possibility of hearing from the property owner if he understands the significance of what we're about ready to do.
Mayor, if I may, my intent isn't to stall or cancel the project. What I'm saying is that we have to abide by the ordinances that we've set for ourselves. So my curiosity is if the Planning Commission has already done their due diligence and they feel that it fits this CG zoning, I'm fine with that. I just want to take a step, like a housekeeping step, to remove convenience store from there because I think it's, ambiguous. We're left at a spot where we're coming in, secondhand and looking at this and saying this doesn't even look like it's a good fit. That's not my intent. I just want to clean that up so moving forward with this project, should it work out for everybody involved, that we don't compromise ourselves and put us in a condition to where other people or in other areas that want to have similar allowances and we say no to them, then we're at risk for litigation. So I just want to make sure that we do the house cleaning, and my intent is not to get rid of your project at all. I love the 7-Eleven we have by our new salon.
Okay, so we have a motion. We had some discussion after that, and then, we don't have a second yet, so I don't really know that we have anything to act upon. And I do want to suggest to Councilmember Egger, did you want to offer a modification of the motion to, perhaps delete out that one portion of it? I believe,
no disrespect at all. I think, like I said, I'm with Jerry 75 to 80% of the way. I'm nervous about opening up the potential that we even have the opportunity to open it and clamp it for good. I would be very supportive to send it back to the Planning Commission, evaluate the hours, continue to work with the residents, look at the perimeter wall. Everything that Jerry said, I think, was right on. I would be very supportive of that motion. That's probably where I draw the line.
So is yours a substitute motion?
Can we reach a compromise?
Or a modified motion?
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like one. If you want to make it, I think that's...
I'd like to ask Mr. Riley to come up and give us your opinion.
Before we do that, I think we really want to have something to really wrap ourselves around. We have just a motion. It's kind of hanging. So I'd like to at least kill it, and then we go on, or, we then start.
Is it possible to remand this to the Planning Commission with the instructions to basically fix the zoning, make sure the zoning fits, and bring it back to us that is our understanding, so the property owner and the store owners both know that is our intention, and that both parties understand that we really do want to go forward with this project, but there are items that of give and take very possible here, such as maybe figuring out a way that the CUP does not give a continuing use of the property after 10 o'clock, where that could maybe just be as long as 7-Eleven is there. There's been some other compromises mentioned regarding trees walls. I think that everybody's been very reasonable. I think that with one more chance, they should be able to figure that out. And
Okay, so if you don't mind, Richard, I'll amend my motion to not include the addressing of the code, but I'd like to agendize it for the council to address it at a later time.
That's exactly what I was
Yeah.
going to suggest. We can fix the code separately, just leave the finding of the planning commission as to this property as is, and agendize
Okay, so we have.
direction to the commission.
Thank you all. So we have an amended motion by the maker of the motion to refund the appeal money to the developer and remand the topic of the extended hours only to the planning commission and ask for a special planning commission meeting to address this as quickly as possible. That's the motion. We have a second. Okay.
one clarification, please. The hours also means the alcohol gets addressed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The whole, yeah.
You didn't mention it, so, okay.
But yeah, that's the hours of operation. So I
Thank
think
you.
That's all in, okay, so we have a motion, second, and now we can go to a discussion. So any other questions, discussions?
Not for me.
I do appreciate the thing that, again, the separation of the appropriateness of zoning and usage. So with that, then let's put it to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. So it passes 4-0 to remand to the, you got it all, Wendy? Could you repeat it real quick?
The motion is to refund the applicant's fee for the appeal, to remand the decision back to the planning commission, includes hours of operation and the alcohol sales hours, and to request a special meeting of the planning commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
And staff also heard direction to bring back for council consideration an item to consider a zoning code amendment, or rather a request to the planning commission to propose an amendment to the zoning code to clarify the issue regarding convenience stores.
One question, and Sandra, correct me if I'm speaking inappropriately. I'm not hoping that the planning commission will limit the hours even more. I would be disappointed if that was the outcome of this. You've already taken action to give him what he's gotten, and I don't want to see that diminished in any way.
Okay, thank you all. So, wow, that was a meaty one. Next topic would be discussion items 10A on adoption of the resolution for salaries, establish salaries, benefits, and contract terms. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We have council member.
Can we have 2 minutes?
What?
Yeah,
A quick
we take-
okay,
yeah.
we're going to have a 2-minute recess, and we'll reconvene in 2 minutes.
So you
The item is adoption of a resolution establishing salaries and benefits, approval of contract terms, and amendment of position descriptions for non-represented employees. And just to clarify, this does not include the city manager. By way of background, the non-represented employees have not received an increase in compensation since 2006, and along with other employees, have made accommodations, including taking furloughs to address the city's fiscal needs. All the while, all other bargaining units have received significant increases during the same time. In addition to that, salary surveys indicate that management salaries have dropped below the lowest in the county for comparable positions. And then if you set that aside, at the same time, the council has expressed a desire to stop paying the employees' share of PERS contributions and impose those costs upon employees, consistent with what you see up and down the state, current pension reform efforts everywhere. So before you tonight are, we've got 4 components to this item. And I just will, to refresh everyone's memory, I will go through those in a fair amount of detail. Number 1 is the employee contribution toward retirement benefits. And this proposal requires that employees pay the 8% employee contribution previously picked up by the city, but that be offset by a 9% increase in compensation, which obviously results in a 1% raise. The salary and benefits resolution adjusts the step and range to reflect the 9% increase, and the employment agreements for each of these employees will stipulate that the 8% employee contribution toward PERS be made. And then it sets a new step and range in the salary and benefit resolution that corresponds to the 9% increase. So that's number one. The significance of this is that there are not many cities around that will go from a 0% employee contribution to PERS to straightaway 8% in one fell swoop. The 9% increase in pay looks huge. It is huge. It's 9%. But together, if you just look at them together, it results in a 1% increase in salary. So many cities up and down the state are grappling with the same type of reform. Every city is taking it a different way. This is proposed to be our way for the management employees, and this will effectively set the stage for bargaining with the other employee groups in the months ahead. Number two to be considered tonight is creating equity in benefits. Right now, the non-represented employees do not enjoy the same medical benefits that the other employees do. Plus, this adds Veterans Day as a holiday, because it's a little strange around here on Veterans Day where you only have a few management employees working and everyone else has that day off as a holiday. So the number two area that you're considering is equity in benefits. Number three area is establishing a market adjustment policy. And as you know from my previous presentation on this, this was a long negotiation with the former mayor, now council member Troy Edgar, and myself. Cassie Palmer represented basically the non-represented. They are not represented by any outside group or outside council or anything. And one of the areas that really needs attention is this market adjustment policy. And so what this does, it establishes a council policy and directive that the city manager may adjust salaries individually based upon market surveys and actual performance, so long as the adjusted compensation, number one, does not exceed compensation provided to the lowest top step of a comparable position in Orange County. And I'll come back to that in a minute. And then number two, it stipulates, the resolution stipulates that all adjustments are to be within council-approved budget. So obviously, everything that we do would be within the council-approved budget. Now, many of you have asked, what does that mean? Going back a step, what does that mean? Compensation cannot exceed or should not exceed the lowest top step of a comparable position in Orange County. Typically, municipal salary ranges are low step to high step within a range. They can you know, it's anywhere, I guess maybe the most common is a 5-step range. So a low top step would be the top step of that particular comparable city, but the lowest salary. So I'm just going to pick a city. Let's say that city is Cypress. And so they are they have the lowest salaries next to us in Orange County, let's say, but the top step of that range is that five-step range that I'm talking about. So yes, for a comparable position, it would be police chief to police chief, director of community development to director of community development. So just to explain that a little bit. And of course, you'll have opportunity to ask all kinds of questions. The fourth area that we're proposing is just basically administrative, but there are two job descriptions that needed significant rewording and updating. Support services manager and benefits coordinator / executive assistant. And those two positions, both of those employees are performing additional duties and receiving supplemental pay not reflected in the prior compensation resolution. So the job descriptions have been updated and subject to your approval. So the fiscal impact of this is between $30,000 and $31,000 approximately per year. And I know you always ask, can we afford that? Yes, we can afford that. I wouldn't put forth this if we could not afford this. This is literally a drop in the bucket compared to what the other employees have received, both through the POA and the miscellaneous employees, the CEA. The exact, point is we don't exactly know yet, because as most of you know, I'm in negotiations with the finance director right now. So those are the four areas that are before you for your consideration. If you have any questions, of course, of me or, Cassie is here. She was the liaison to the group. We'd be happy to answer your questions.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. Okay, so back here to the council. Any questions of staff, of Angie or of Cassie? Yeah, you want to? Richard, any questions?
No.
Troy, Jerry?
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I do have one question.
Okay.
Is the hiring of the finance person dependent on this agreement?
The hiring of our second candidate is contingent upon the medical benefits. That is the most important thing to that person. The 9%, 8% is, I would say, looked upon favorably by the candidate, but I know the health benefits are number one.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to remind you, as was commented, the last time you discussed this item, there is an extra word at the end of section 10 of the resolution. The word prior is still there and needs to be deleted. We noted that at the last discussion.
Thank you. Okay, so I just have a kind of a question then for city manager. So you outlined 4 parts in this topic, and we could conceivably do all or parts of it, and I think we'll at least achieve something. Is that, would it be your perspective as well?
Sandy, I wanted to make sure that that is correct.
Depending on how you modify it, I may or may not be able to modify the documents on the fly here tonight. I will do my best based on what you do, but as you modify, the documents will need to be revised, including the wording of the resolution. We may have to take a few-minute break and let me
Okay.
do a little drafting, but I'll
Okay.
do what I can.
Okay, so as a goal, I think we'd like to approve as much of these 4 parts as we can, I think, with that. So with that said, I would, no other further questions, we'll open up for public comment. And
First off, Angie used Cyprus as an example of a similar city. It's 4 times the size of us. Every time I look at that compensation comparable model, I keep on giggling, because if you go into the private sector, these aren't comparable models. They might be the public sector comparable models, but you've got cities in there like Anaheim, Santa Ana, Cyprus 4 times our size, and we're saying, well, we're going to compare us to these huge cities that have huge budgets, and we don't even know how much we actually have in our reserves. Our reserves are questionable. We've got $4 million that I believe we have to pay out on a park, on bonds. We've got PERS that we have to pay that aren't figured in there. I don't know how much money we really have. I don't think the city council does. I believe I've heard the word audit mentioned a few times. I think we really don't know what the city has. I think when we talk about comparable compensation, we aren't comparing apples to apples. In the real world, people are out of work. People have lost their jobs. Between 2008 and 2012, the median family income in Los Alamitos dropped 7%. We're giving raises? We, the people who live here, are getting poorer. And that doesn't include the cost of living increases. And we're talking about giving raises. Listen, I think our city people do wonderful jobs. They work hard for us. I love them dearly. But at the same time, we have to be realistic. We have no idea what the final amount in our actual treasury is. We're comparing ourselves to cities that are many times our size, and we're actually still in a recovery mode from a 2008 crash, which brought property values down almost 40% across the city and destroyed family incomes in our city. I definitely think that we should be talking about certain parts of this. Yes, they should have health benefits and health coverage. That should be taken care of. But I think when we talk about compensation models and things like that, first we should get our own house in order and figure out what it is we have. Then we should sit down and figure out what it is our city should be doing. What are the services we provide and where should they be? Then we should give the city manager a bucket of money and say, here, you hire people. This is how much money you've got to spend. Hey, we shouldn't be micromanaging hiring people from the dais. That's why we have a city manager. And we should be looking at, maybe we should be moving to a different type of management system. There are dozens of different ways of managing businesses. We have a business. It's called the City of Los Alamitos. We've got numbers that are funky in the bank account that I can't get to the bottom of, and neither can anybody else who's looking at them. We don't know how much we have in reserves and how much we don't have. We're talking about giving away money. We may not even have the money to give away. I think we really have to slow down. If the person who's applying for this position is worried about the health care issue and the health benefits, then we should address that. But I think in everything else, we should slow down, relook at our city. Consider what it is our city is doing, what the people in our city are doing, what kind of services the people in our city need. Are we overstaffed in one area, understaffed in another? Do we have the right people in the right positions? And we should, since we're in the process of hiring a new city manager, we should be putting all this to that person, because I really believe that we shouldn't be micromanaging either from here or from there. That's why we hire a professional city manager. We say, here's your budget for employees. Hire the people you need to do the job. So, yeah, everybody should get similar benefits who works for the city. That's a no-brainer. But on compensation and salaries, I don't think that should be done from here. That should be part of the job of the city manager. She gets a budget, or he gets a budget, whether it be Jeff Stewart, whether it be Angie, they get a budget. They get to decide who to hire and how much to pay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments from the public? Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and back to the council. How do we want to proceed?
I think you open it up so we can now comment now that we've heard everything.
Yep.
Be helpful.
Okay, so it's open for council member comments, questions on this, discussion?
You know what, Mayor, I would like to start if I could.
Yes,
since,
please.
I had a lot of involvement in the beginning with this.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Sure. Yeah, obviously, this is our second time through this, and for me, it's about the 8th or 9th time. Yeah, it's interesting. You hear comments from the public, and you wonder, who's right? Is the city really don't know where their finances are? Does the city, do the pay within a city actually get indexed to how successful the people are in the community? I live next to people that potentially do what I do, people that do other stuff, and I just never really correlated the pay of our citizens to our city staff. It's a profession that they go into, and I think all we're really trying to do, what you would do in any business, is compare for the job descriptions, what is it that we're actually paying, and does it make sense? I think the city manager is appropriate, and it's the reason why it wasn't a discussion with me to give guidance as when I was the mayor. It was a discussion of, I need to take this to the city council. Our charter requires that the city council does, as a part of the process of policy, we are supposed to give guidance on rate schedules. Whoever Angie hires or the city manager hires is absolutely their choice. Matter of fact, if you even go deeper, there's 4 components of this. One of the components is that what they really want to do is the city manager is asking for delegation power to self-evaluate and bring people to market and make those deeper decisions. So I think we are trying to really decentralize or take the power from the council and push it back down to the city manager to say, hey, these are your people. We don't need to sit back and do a performance evaluation indirectly by giving you guidelines. The policy is, you should be able to evaluate them based on performance agreements that you have in place and reward them commensurate. I think it is a fair comment from the public to say these rates are high, or hey, this is not comparative to city X and Y. But even the cities that were brought up, and Angie, the question I have for you is, the studies that I've seen that evaluated the 11 job descriptions that we had to what the market standard is. What was used as an example from the public was Santa Ana, Cypress, et cetera. But I thought that when we went through this, we were looking at La Palma and smaller cities that were more commensurate with thank you, Jerry, with populations over 30,000. Sorry, I didn't have this with me. Yeah, less than 30,000. So Cypress has 50,000 people, and I wouldn't compare Cypress. Santa Ana has 350,000. I wouldn't compare us to Santa Ana. So I think your methodology as giving you feedback on policy, I think that you're doing, what I would expect you to do to try and index. I also think that the public comment of whether these salaries are outrageous or whatever, it is hard when you sit back and, if you work in a Fortune 500 company and you live next door to somebody that does, you have no idea what they make. But if you decide a career in public, administration or, municipal, now you can go to the website and see what your neighbor makes. If Angie's your neighbor and she works for the city of Los Alamitos, just go to their website and you can see how much she makes. And so that level of scrutiny is there, and it'll always be there, and it should be. But I also think that, I got to realize these people went to college to learn how to do this. They then put their time in. It's sort of like the military. Certain time and grade, you work your way up through these different job descriptions. And you know what? The people that we're talking about tonight are the management staff. They're the supervision staff. They've now made it through those different levels, and now we're talking about people that are actually making the stuff happen in the city. So, very unemotionally, I just look at this as our responsibility is to set policy direction, not pick salaries, except for the city manager, the city clerk, and we will settle on the contract for the city attorney. And then our job for these folks is to be able to provide direction. Now, when it does come to, we have 2 unions in the city, the police and the Teamsters. And, the other thing that we were trying to accomplish to bring this to the council, Jerry always makes fun of me, but it's parity, because parity means that if you look at the 3 labor agreements side by side and you compare it to this group, just on the benefits. Don't get into the how much they make. Just, do they get the same days off? How much do they pay in PERS? What are their medical benefits? All of those things that basically can be handled in kind of a block or collective bargaining type unit. This group is behind. And then you add the issue of whether their salaries have been increased. Let's just call that cost of living. The other two groups have gotten cost of livings that equal 3 to 5% over the last 4 years. This group actually has taken a 10% pay cut during the furlough days, and did it without complaining because they thought they were leading by example, and they were, and we were very appreciative of that. But then I think, after that, they continued to wait to say, hey, look, get to us last. And the Teamsters and the police, got agreements in place, and they actually did this 2 years ago. Matter of fact, the hard part for people that aren't really, clued into the details of what's going on at City Hall, a weird vibe a little bit. I mean, nothing unsurmountable, but the police, for example, and this is public, so I'm not saying anything that isn't out there, but the police contract went through 2 years of leanness, but this year was the time to kind of pay it forward, where they got a lot of their benefits that came into play for paying half of their pension costs for PERS. All of it well-deserved. We all voted for it, and I'm very supportive of it. But the downside that what you got right now is you got this management group. This is the dynamic that we're dealing with. You got the management group that's talked about here, that's dealing with the friction of the police finally coming up on the upside of a good labor agreement. You got the Teamsters that also did good and waited, and now we're kind of at the end where they're actually starting to get cost of living increases. And you got a group that's sitting there for 5 years leading all these people going, well, what about us? Obviously, I've invested a lot in this. The one thing that I would say that I am a little bit nervous of that has changed since we've put this in motion is the fact that our city manager is leaving, and we're about ready to decentralize the power from the council, because today these folks that are in this group, most of them have kind of an agreement that we approve like a percentage, and it just gets applied like peanut butter spread to this group of like 2% if we were going to give a pay raise. What this is suggesting is that we put people on contracts and we allow them to be evaluated one-off by the city manager, whoever that will be in the future, and then they could potentially, Jerry, you did really good this year. I'm going to give you 4% to try and help you, and the person next to them may get nothing, but this allows a little bit of autonomy for the city manager to make discretionary moves based on performance or market, something that we're never going to see. The only time, matter of fact, we'll see it as a city council member is when we're here doing the budget discussions, and to the public's comment, when Angie brings us or whoever brings us a request for a bucket of money and it says, I'm in the budget for city manager or public works or wherever, I'm going to need a certain amount to decide how I'm going to take care of handling promotions or any of this pay for performance, whatever they're going to do. So we would basically approve a bucket of money through the budget process. We would have no idea what the discretionary decision is going to be. I do have a little bit of concern not knowing who's going to be in that seat for that piece. Right now, I mean, just to be totally honest, that has shifted since then, and I've heard comments in the community of people that were concerned about that. But then again, guys, we're only here in these seats for a certain amount of years. We've got to be able to set the structure in place that allows this to be able to move forward, and it can't be dependent on who's sitting up here. We've got to be able to kind of give that seat the autonomy. So I will just close in that. I think that we've really tried, collectively, Angie and Cassie, who've worked very hard on this, to get them to pay 100% of their PERS. That's huge. Angie's the only one in the city right now that pays her full 8%. Every other union, we've indexed them. They're paying half now. Union, the police are paying half of their 9%. The Teamsters are paying half of their 8% because public safety is a little bit higher, and Angie's paying hers. So what we're hoping to do, and I've said this before, is to now get this group, the 11 leaders, to pay, and it costs us 9%. 8% goes for them to help offset the costs, and the 1% says thank you for the last 5 years. So that handles that, and then the autonomy to pay people and the way that the city manager would see fit based on using a very methodical approach of a salary comparison if needed. Now, believe me, just so everybody knows, if we had a discussion on salary and compensation up here, especially in the budget cycle, and we said, Angie, you're not getting bucket of money this year. We're having a tough time. I don't think it's hard for the council to weigh in policy-wise to cut the funding if we don't like the decisions that the city manager's making because that they're being in their discretionary way and they're not making good choices. We can always kind of reel that in by shutting off the funding. I guess lastly, I would say that I hope that we're able to go through and reach an accord on this. I think it will be interesting, Mayor, your comment of, hey, maybe we should cherry pick and cut some of this out. The only thing I would say that I think you can, and I didn't come in here predisposed to it only has got to be this way, but I would say that imagine if you're the employee and you decide, hey, pay all the PERS, but we're not going to give you the 1%. We're not going to give any autonomy to try and adjust salaries, but everybody's way behind. Because the alternative of doing this, and I've even said this to Angie, this group could reject this, and think about the upside of rejecting it. If we switch this at all, the upside is they don't have to pay PERS until 2016 when the state issue kicks in where it's mandatory to eventually shift to making all public employees pay 100% of their PERS. So we get 2 or 3 more years of having to pay, and they will. But the good side is they're not going to get their 1% and potential, effects of this stuff. So I don't know. So to me, it just seems like this just is a parity issue. It doesn't seem like it overly rewards. And but I think that the most important strategic benefit of this, and I know I'm saying a lot, but it has to do with the next union contracts, because I'm at least one of 5 trying to send a message to the unions is, look, they did it, she did it, you guys need to do it next, and we need to get everybody paying 100% of their PERS. I think it's a very important piece in the puzzle. I would urge everybody for their consideration, but I'll keep an open mind to any modifications. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Edgar. Any other thoughts? Questions, discussion?
If I could, I just wanted to clarify something about the comparable cities. So the way that it's worded is that the comparable cities you look at are the have to include at a minimum the cities in Orange County with populations of less than 30,000 and Cypress and Seal Beach. But adding in Cypress and Seal Beach can't make that cap any higher. This is the comparable city surveys where you get the cap on what the city manager has authority to do, and it's capped at the lowest of all those cities. So if Cypress and Seal Beach are higher, it doesn't affect anything. If they're lower, though, then it lowers what the city manager's authority is. So by including more cities in that, it was actually intended to be more conservative and more cautious and make sure that we really were capping ourselves. The goal, I think, as it was stated, was just to try and get kind of into the ballpark of what other comparable cities were doing, but still be capped at the low end of that. So that's how it works and why those cities were included.
Thank you.
I just threw out Cypress.
As an example.
As an example.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a couple of questions. In the comparison that you did, the benchmark, do you think that the factors of the size of the city, the size of the budget, the size of their reserves would play a key role in deciding whether or not they're able to pay more than we are? Because the way I look at it is we have to stay within our budget, and while these cities may have more revenue, they have more flexibility to give more to their employees. Maybe we don't have that. Though I do think we are unique in the sense that we have great employees. I think that they have teamed together to do a combination of jobs, which you have listed in here, and I think that shows great teamwork. And I'm supportive of the 4th recommendation, conforming the documents to actual practice. I think that's a good thing. To me, that's the way of saying you're doing a good job, you're being a team player, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to boost you because you've done something above and beyond. I personally, well, if you could answer, Troy, you said that the other 2 unions are at 4% of their PERS right now?
4 and 5.
Okay, so the police is at 5?
Yeah. Well, they're 9%, and I think they pay, the police pay at 9% PERS. What do they pay right now? It's
No, I believe the police are at 4%
Others at 3.
of 9, and the miscellaneous are at 3% of 8.
3% of 8. Yeah. And what other concessions were made? You said that they've received a much better deal than the non-represented that we're talking about now. So aside from the difference in the amount that they pay to PERS, will you refresh my memory? I know that there was a $2,000, I think was to the CEA for a one-time, wasn't that it?
Yes. Well, let's start with police first. During the same span of time that we're talking about the management employees, the police have received a 28.5% raise cumulative. Is that correct?
What was that, 25?
28.5% increase. Compare that with paying 4% of their PERS.
Right. And were those cost of livings? I don't recall.
They're negotiated increases.
Okay.
The miscellaneous employees have received, I didn't bring my thing because I was
I'm sorry,
rushing here. No, wait, I think I know it. The miscellaneous employees pay 3% of their PERS, and in the past 2 years received 5% increase cumulative. So 2.5% 1 year, 2.5% the next year, plus the $2,000 one-time bonus. And before that, because we're talking a 6-year span, there were increases of, I want to say 4%. So 4%, 2.5%, 2.5%.
Okay. As far as establishing the market adjustment policy, I'm uncomfortable with that, especially for the reason that Councilmember Edgar mentioned. With you, we've had a long relationship with you, and I think feel a little bit more comfortable and trusting of your judgment. And you do come to us and give us the respect of weighing in on some of the ideas that you're thinking about taking forward. I personally am not in support of this. We don't know who the interim city manager is going to be. We don't know who the future city manager is going to be. And this is something we can adjust at a different time. Personally, I would like to see that portion removed. Now, I have a question, and I apologize. If I should know this, I apologize. But with the 9% increase on the employee's contribution towards retirement benefits, it talks about the 9% increase, and that would adjust their rate scale. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is there a way, is that the only way that it can be done? Is it customary to do that? I don't recall that.
Yes.
Okay, so it's the custom. Okay. Okay. I'm going from my old agenda, so I apologize if it's not the same pages. There was the statement overpaying our employees, and I think that there is a real concern in the community that since people are struggling and losing their jobs and losing their homes, and the economy is supposedly rebounding, but the people that I've talked to in this community don't see it. And so they have a real concern with the inequity or the lack of parity when you talk about the jobs that they have that are not with municipalities or government jobs in comparison to the pay that our employees are getting. So I struggle back and forth with 9%, and I think I expressed that initially. I don't want to see that the non-represented have to bite that whole bullet of 8%. That was a concern for me. I actually think that we have the potential to offer up a partial into the retirement, like we did with the other two represented groups. Right now, you've got the POA at 4% and the Teamsters at 3%. I'm not sure why we're moving so fast to have the non-represented do the chunk of 8 all at once. I think that's a very big deal to deal with. In addition to that, if we weren't expecting them to make the 8% whole on their PERS, then we wouldn't have to be giving that large increase either. So I think that there is some truth to the concerns about just the ordinary people who live in Los Alamitos. And I think it's kind of across the board. I hear from a lot of different clients that they can't understand why governmental workers are enjoying the salaries that they are. And I said, well, you know, it's the going rate, as we've said here tonight. So I think that we should be mindful of that and not be moving too hastily to potentially make this 9% increase maybe we look at reducing their contribution to 4% and maybe give them a 4% increase, or potentially 5, because we were looking at 9 instead of 8. And that's something that I'd like to put on the table. And let me look on 5B. Oh, I've already addressed that. And 7E. Give me just a moment. Oh, I'm in, oh, that's fine. I have my notes in my old one, and in the new one, there are different pages, so I apologize. I have a question. When we talk about under Section 7, sick leave, item E, and it talks about the lump sum payoff of 25% for the first 720 hours of accumulated sick leave and 50% of the hours between 720 and 1,040. I wondered why, and if I understood this incorrectly, please feel free to bring me up to speed. It says that the sum shall be based on the employee's salary rate being paid at the time of the employee's service retirement. So, in essence, to me, what this is saying is, even if you started off, you know, at a much lower rate, and you accrued some sick time that you never used, and so at the end, when you get paid out, you're getting paid at the top dollar that you're receiving at your much later date where you received increases. Why is it not based on the pay that you received at the time that you didn't take the sick leave?
I don't know, other than this is not a change from the resolution that we've operated under for, pardon me? Or from how the other bargaining units are treated.
It's just a question. I mean, it's something that, it's just standard. Okay, well, I have a problem with that, I have to tell you, because it's, it seems unequitable. Say you start off at $20 an hour, and you have 720 hours under that pay fee, and then you retire at $70 an hour. You're being paid out on your sick leave that you didn't take at the highest rate when you accumulated a lot of those hours earlier on when you were being paid less. It doesn't seem right to me. So it's just food for thought. I don't know if it's something that can be changed, but I think we should definitely look at it. And I'll go ahead and pass it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any questions on this side, Councilmember Murphy?
If I may, I'd just like to kind of take people through the journey I've had with this, and I've been talking to myself since it came out. First of all, the old citizen me would have been at the podium saying a 9% increase to pay off an 8% pension requirement. Are you out of your mind? You know, I already miss those days, quite frankly. And there, yeah, there is a perception of high salaries and excessive benefits here. However, I almost feel like when you're watching Fox News and you switch over to MSNBC, you wonder if they're covering the same government. Completely different point of view is that the public employees are in the public employee arena. They're not in the private arena. And it took me weeks just to get to that, believe me. And on a comparative basis, they're at the bottom end of the pay scale. Jerry, along the lines you were mentioning of, you know, first of all, Angie mentioned going from 0 to 8 is unusual. I thought of that too, and I thought, you know, you go bit by bit, but it doesn't really matter. If you go 3%, or I actually think it saves us money in the long run this way, because because I thought too, you know, let's piece it up, and I thought to myself, what difference does it make? You're taking money from here and putting it here, so I can live with that. I'm looking at this as this issue and the big picture, and I too have trouble with the establishing the market adjustment policy. Again, it's balancing micromanaging versus what I think is a council's not doing their job. So that's a tough one. I want to address the overall thing that I think has kind of got a lot of people excited, and that's the $8 million reserve. I brought it up a little bit last time. I don't want to say that there's not an $8 million reserve. There is $8 million, so we can start there. That we know, or rough rounded $8 million. However, there are other costs that could or could not be offset against that reserve, such as the unfunded pension plans, and then really how do you judge the long-term debt of Laurel Park versus, we also have, we have an emergency reserve. So do those balance out somehow? That's, I would love to, and maybe later we'll be able to talk about another issue, but I would love to be able to have a discussion of what is our surplus from all points of view, and come to a communal agreement as to where we are, and have a discussion of what cities our size do, listen to the people and ask what they expect us to do, what they're willing to pay for. I am very happy that this time, I believe that this is the first time the contracts have actually really been spelled out, and I'd like to see that become part of how we operate. In the past, there's been percentage increases mentioned, that type of thing. I think we do need to in the future spell that out. I would go along with everybody else that we do have great city employees who have sacrificed to get to this point, and in a way are sacrificing again. And so we thank all of you. I really am going to support this when all's said and done. But I do have some questions on number 3. Would still like to hear from the others. And but with the caveat that we have some discussions of these matters that are important to the city, and lay them out there. I think that's part of the new drive by everybody for transparency is to have this out there where people can see it, understand it. Like I said, my initial reaction was, you got to be kidding me. But then you take a look at where we are, and I do think we're on the bottom end of the payroll scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gross, any?
Yeah, let me kind of weigh in on it too, because I think part of the process is informing the public. And right now on the website, you get the staff report and the supporting data. I was provided a copy of the study that Jerry had requested, and we're talking about 11 top managers here who admittedly, and I think we all acknowledge, have been on the team, but have not had an opportunity to be recognized for their keeping the forces together, keeping the team together, and doing on. And what we're doing by continuing this discussion, I think we're creating a diversity that we shouldn't create, that there's a lack of confidence somewhere in the process. And I don't want that to be the case, because I think each one of us up here on the council truly value the work and efforts that our team is doing. The fiscal impact part of it, which is one of the things that I kind of like to look at right from the get-go, is $30,000 to $31,000 a year. And we're in a $10 million budget. And we're spending more dialogue time, if we were being paid dialogue-wise, than we're talking about here in terms of making an adjustment. I mean, we approve warrants that are significantly higher just paying utility bills. And sometimes I question what we're paying these utility bills on and why they're so high. The comparison study, I would truly like to see the public have an opportunity to see this, because there were cities reported here of the less than 30,000, which would be what you'd have to say are like cities, population less than 30, La Palma, Seal Beach, Laguna Beach, an average, and where we are. Chief of Police, currently, monthly, $12,915. La Palma, $14,253. La Palma's very little above us. Seal Beach, a little bit more above us, $15,739. It's almost $3,000 a month difference. Laguna Beach, $15,286, and I don't know what Laguna Beach's population is, but like Seal Beach, they get a transient population because of the coast. The average is $15,093, and we're at $12,915. You go down through the rest of them, and they're all the same. The Director of Community Development is currently at $10,568. The average for these other cities, $13,088. The Director of Recreation, $9,359 currently. The average of the other cities, Seal Beach doesn't have one, so that kind of skews that average, but it's still $11,725. The Finance Director's vacant, so there's no pay involved in that, but the average is $13,244. A Police Captain, we're paying $10,855. The average over those three other cities, $12,129. Police Services Manager, we're paying $8,767, the average $11,272. Public Works Superintendent, we're paying $68.95, average is $88.80. The Recreation Manager, we're paying $72.38, and here's the difference. The average is $68.34. So I would say there's some recognition, because I know this particular employee brings a lot more to the table than what she's being paid for, and I'm sure that's part of it. A Recreation Manager, $6,254, the average $68.34. So we're almost on the recreation side of things, which is where Angie came from, we're almost on a par in an average. Executive Secretary, $63.61, the average is $57.02. Again, we're dealing with one of the positions that's being reclassified in this process tonight under item 4. But they're grossly underpaid if you want to relate to their peers, and several have said they're in public employment because they want to be in public employment. They, a lot of times, could go to private sector work and potentially make more with less pressure from the standpoint. Same issues from that standpoint. I think, to be honest with you, my particular feeling is the idea of an 8% adjustment or a 9% adjustment, and they're picking up the total amount of PERS in one fell swoop, and I assume that the negotiations have occurred, that's why it's being presented to us, that they're willing to accept that. So if they're willing to accept that, why are we looking at saying, well, let's not do it all at one step, let's do half of it, and then we don't pay them as much? Well, they're underpaid based on this. The second page of this is a county comparison average, and it's even more discrepancy. So with our top manager leaving, the effort's going to be on the management team to carry the weight at this particular point, and I think we've got to recognize that as part of the process, and we need to resolve it, to my thinking, here and tonight. You know, the item in number 3, the market adjustment, basically, when I worked for the city of Anaheim, as I was leaving the city of Anaheim back in 1983, they were just moving into a management by objective program, which is essentially the same type of a thing here. And I agree, I don't think we should be in the management decision. I think the city manager, whoever that happens to be, is given that responsibility. It's unfortunate that we're going through this transition right now, and we don't have that same confidence level. So whatever we might do adjustment-wise in this process, to me, would be in that number 3 area that says, you know, that's where we're headed, and maybe we vet that out a little bit more as we move down the process with the recruitment efforts and bringing somebody in. There doesn't seem to be, from what I'm hearing, a lot of issues regarding the conforming documents in number 4 of getting the 2 job descriptions in place. the equity and benefits as far as the medical benefits and paydays, again, coming back down to the bottom line here of $31,000 a year, you know, that's just a little bit more than the city manager has from the standpoint of ability to pay out without really having to come back to us. So I'm supportive of trying to move this thing forward tonight. Let's get the management team part of us and get them properly involved. The idea of moving the PERS thing up, and they're willing to do it, we should jump at it now and not take the chance. So you know, the only area out of these four, for me, that I have some issue with would be that number 3, and how we modified that part of it to where we still have some oversight, policy-wise, with the city manager moving forward. And then we look at that as we go further down into the budget year, and as we move forward, we know we're going to probably be close to 6 months with an interim while that recruitment process gets underway. The first priority is going to be the city attorney. And frankly, with the mid-year budget coming up and with the budget review and building next year's budget, it's critical to me to get a finance director in here that has time to get their teeth involved in what's going on. We ought to give the city manager tonight the authority to move forward on that. And so that's my weigh in at this particular point.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Gross. So I guess I'm a little bit different in terms of the other council members here. This market adjustment policy, I am not uneasy with that. That one I think is, to me, the easier one, because the constraint is the budget available, and as the city manager, whoever that might be in the future, they're constrained. So I think that is a pay for performance. There are metrics, and as Councilmember Edgar said, we would do the review of the city manager and, you know, of course, provide that feedback. Yeah. So that one I'm not as uneasy about. The PERS, the 8%, I do like that 8%. I think if it really started trying to get in there and get a spreadsheet and figure out the numbers, the 9% bump actually increases the base of the pay, and it's a little bit more than whole and a little bit more than 1%. Maybe we're splitting decimal points, but I understand what staff has gone through, so I'm not as worried about that. I do like the 8% because, as Councilmember Edgar said, we are looking forward to trying to get to this 2016 mandate ahead of time, and I think as Councilmember Murphy had mentioned about the unfunded liability, we are trying to lessen the impact on the overall big picture of that. So with that, those are my comments. I will seek a motion of some form from anybody here, and then we can
I'd like to attempt a motion to pass the staff recommendation. And Councilmember Murphy, you know, your comments on the reserves bother me, not because you're saying it, but because you're concerned. You've been financially following the city fairly closely. A lot of people outside the city that make comments at the, you know, at the podium, I don't think has got into it as deep as you have. So, you know, I take your concern really serious. Some of the things that we talked about, and the only reason I'm talking about reserves now, because this talks about being able to pay for this. Right. And then I go back to Councilmember Gross, it's 31,000 of 10 million. So I'm okay. But I would really, you know, when we get into our mid-year budget review coming up in about a month and a half, I just want to set the community straight as, you know, even if we don't have a finance manager, the reserves are fully accounted for, and the items that we've talked about, the park is a certificate of participation. There, it's a note. It's the $3.4 million note, not part of the reserves by policy. Unfunded liability by policy is a pay-as-you-go. It was a decision at a budget workshop. We can switch that and reallocate the reserves to it. But I just don't want to send a message at all that our reserves are unstable or unknown. And by design, every mid-year and now at the end of the year, we will come back to it. And you know, and again, I just, that really got a reaction from me. So especially when it's coming from you, because I know you actually have called us out a few times on different stuff. I would like to make a motion to accept the staff recommendation, and let's see where it goes from there.
Okay, so there's a motion, staff recommendation to approve this compensation package for the non-represented employees.
Can I make a substitute motion or a alternate motion?
Okay.
To move forward with the staff recommendation, omitting the establishing a market adjustment policy to be addressed after we have our new city manager that is permanent.
Okay, so we have a motion basically of the 4 parts to Sandy, can you help me out? Alternative motion versus substitute? Are they structured the same? Are they?
Well, it's kind of odd because neither one has a second yet. So why don't you just see if there's a second
Sure.
for either one,
Okay.
and then we'll know
Because
which motion.
Well, I'll go ahead and second the first motion so that we can talk about the second motion. Is that what you're saying? It has to be done that way?
So, yeah, if you have
Okay.
a second to the first motion, then
Okay.
I think Mayor Pro Tem Mejia's request is really an amendment to that motion.
Perfect.
And so then you vote on whether to amend.
Okay, so, so we have a motion from Councilmember Edgar to approve the staff report. We have a second from Councilmember Gross to second Councilmember Edgar's motion, and then from Mayor Pro Tem Mejia, we have an amendment to the motion. So do we have a second to the amendment?
Can we discuss that without a second?
I think so. I think it would die if we don't have a second.
Guys, yeah.
If I could just say, I think that it's something that could be addressed by the council at a later date, and it's, to me, taking the more conservative route by delaying it. It's not going to be anything that affects Angie at this point.
I'll second it so that we can discuss it.
Thank you, Councilmember Gross. So the amended motion to approve the 3 parts and hold the market adjustment policy for a later date, that is the item for discussion, so I'll open up to the council. So how about, starting with you, Councilmember Gross.
I'll go back to Troy, Councilmember Edgar, because you've helped live through this and staff if necessary. Taking this out, does this affect the bottom line numbers? Does this affect any other part of it other than more a policy that will constrain the city manager a little bit at this time?
You know, in the beginning, I said that I mean, if there was one weakness in my pitch for this, it was my concern that Jerry is showing and actually formalizing in her motion. I just don't know when we would come back to this. I think if you're sitting on the employee side, that's a very important part of the carrot. But, you know, there's probably 4 or 5 people that are very low and want to be dealt with. But the fact is, if Angie's not here, they probably aren't going to get dealt with anyway. So maybe what Jerry's asking for is at the mid-year budget review or even the final year-end budget, you know, we put this as an item to be decided if that is a compromise. I'm very supportive of it. I'll come out right now and say I don't think you're going to switch my vote on that at this point, but I definitely would say maybe, you know, we look through some of the other financial concerns that have been brought up here. We all actually have a city manager that will be able to be here long enough to go through that. And I think it also empowers the new city manager to have some sway with their staff, to be able to help them if they. So I don't know. I think there's a compromise to be had here.
Then my next question, I guess, would go to the city manager. Based on the negotiations that have gone on with that team, pulling this out at this particular point, is this going to sour the bucket? From the standpoint, I mean, were things potentially identified or promised that we'd go through and look and do? If that was the case, is that included in part of this maximum 31.5 that we're talking about down here?
Things were definitely not promised.
Okay.
I do not operate that way.
Governor does, but that's all right.
I would actually like to, I might ask Cassie. Cassie represents the group. I see the value in moving forward on the 3 parts of this. That would be big. The market adjustment policy is something that was near and dear to my heart because I care about putting something in place that would eventually long time down the road, get these folks up to market level. And obviously, you just can't do that within 1 or 2 or 3 years. I mean, that's, not appropriate, nor do we have the money for that. But that is what will keep people here. If there is a hope that one day they might get a raise, quite honestly. So that's being just real honest, but absolutely nothing was promised.
Okay, does Cassie want to weigh in, or she just want to stay quiet at the moment?
I really don't have a lot to add to that, other than that the market adjustment does also provide a mechanism where there are compaction issues. And in a city this small, when you have subordinates that creep up and are about to make more, that gives the city manager a mechanism to adjust that so that people aren't supervising employees who are maybe represented in the other groups that are making more.
Yeah, I understand that concept, and I think, as Councilman Egger said, the dynamic is, and the change to this thing is the departure of the city manager at this particular point. That's reality. We kind of have to look at that, and I think this needs to be back on the table as soon as that position is put in. I don't know what that timetable would be. I know the first go-round when Dominguez left, it was almost a year with interims, and I know our hope is not to do that. But Mayor Kuzumoto made the mention that that's the least of his worries, and I kind of feel the same way, because we're not up here to tell a city manager how to perform. Right. We're up here to evaluate, set standards down, set goals down, and then let them do it. And so I have some mixed feelings about constraining it, but at the other side, I understand, with nobody identified for that spot at the point, to kind of hold back. But I really concur that we should be moving it forward, but at the time that we get that new person in place. Mm-hmm. So,
Councilmember Murphy?
I'd be willing to go back to the first motion, actually. I think the budget, as you said, and that's why we have these discussions, the budget protects the overall raises. And, what's really hitting me is if we can't hire a person that we feel comfortable giving this to, then we're not hiring the right person in general. And I'd rather give them the authority. There's nothing to say we can't revisit this from the other side, too, and take it back. But I hate to see Angie leave, but if we can't make the right hire, then this is going to be the least of our problems.
Yep.
Okay, any other comments?
No,
Amended motion? Okay, yeah. Then I'll make my comments on, again, as I said, the market adjustment policy, I think is, as Cassie said, I do understand that kind of dichotomy where if there's a salary compression, and then somebody might have a subordinate working for them that they have to compensate higher because of the timing in which they were hiring the person. So that one, I think, again, a policy, I think there are constraints on that one, but that's kind of my belief. But anyways, we have a motion and we have a second to approve the 3 and hold the market adjustment policy topic for a future meeting. So that's what is moved and seconded. So
I think,
are we ready to vote on that?
No.
Okay.
I think we're voting on the second motion first.
Yeah.
Which would be to hold it and
yeah,
that's what he said.
That's what he
Okay.
said. Yeah. So
Right.
so it is that
we're not moving the 3 other items at this point. We'll move that once, because the first motion was to improve it in total.
And the amended motion was to approve the 3 parts and hold the market adjustment policy for a future meeting. So it's actually approved the 3, holding the 1 for a future meeting.
Yeah.
And that's the motion. That's what you seconded. So
Okay.
that's what, are we ready to vote on that?
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so clear for everybody? That's what we're going to vote on? So all those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
So it fails 3-2, okay? So I think now we go back and address the first motion of all 4 items. would, Councilmember Egger, would you repeat your motion?
Yeah, my motion is for staff recommendation for all 4 items.
And Councilmember
Second.
Gross? I think Councilmember Gross is
Oh,
second.
okay, if he wants to.
Yeah. So it'll be the second. Okay, so any other discussion on that? I think we kind of walked our way back to this one. Okay, let's put that to a vote. So all those in favor of the motion to approve all 4, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's a 4-1. Okay, thank you for all that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, next, 10B, the cost savings of going to 1 council meeting per month. City manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Catch my breath here.
Sure.
6 months ago, well, let me start at the beginning. Councilmember Gross asked for staff to determine the cost savings of 1 council meeting per month. And 6 months ago, as you know, we started having 1 council meeting per month. What I have put in the chart here as the cost savings realized of having only 1 meeting per month is the best case scenario based on a 5-hour meeting. And let me describe just a little bit of the difficulty we have in determining the exact cost savings, because if something doesn't happen, you don't really know how much we would have spent on dinner or hourly rate or whatever. All this is an approximation. But we do have a little bit more information than what is provided in the staff report. So what I did was I went and did some calculations on the city attorney's time, because the city attorney's time is the most costly part of a council meeting. Not only just the meeting itself, but the time before the meeting, and then the time after the meeting that you may not realize. So it's a span of time. In the first 6 months, we had 11 meetings, not 12. There was no first meeting in January of 2012, for a total of 63 hours. And the average city attorney time for one of those meetings was 5.72 hours. And we're just talking about council meetings now. And I'm just trying to arrive at a number so you can make a judgment on this, rather than just going by, approximation. In the second 6 months of the year, we had 5 meetings. Obviously, we have not received Sandy's invoice for December yet, but still I can, arrive at an average. So the average number of hours for the council meeting for those 5 meetings was 6.94 hours. Compare that to the first half of the year, that was 5.72. So, it was an hour and a quarter more per time. And the difference there was about 21 and a half hours that we saved in Sandy's time going to 1 meeting a month at her hourly rate, for a savings of about $3,900 just for the council meetings. Now, along with that, every time we do not have a council meeting, we save Doug's time at $25 an hour. We save time in the miscellaneous things like food and copying and all of that. That's all included in your staff report. So I think it's safe to say and generalize that We are saving money. We're not, the meetings are longer, but less frequent. So there are a lot of factors that go into this. Sandy routinely would come to our staff meetings twice a month when we were having twice a month meetings. And most recently, the past 6 months, she would come once a month, but then would also have kind of floater hours, if you will, and those would fluctuate. So again, it's hard to arrive at an exact number that was saved, but obviously we've saved about $3,900 just in meeting time, having one meeting a month of city attorney payment. So this is totally your decision, as you know. Councilmember Gross asked for it, and there you have it. And I'd be happy to give you staff's perspective or answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Angie. So back to the council. Any questions of staff on this thing? Richard?
No.
Dean? No. Sherry? No. Troy? Okay. Opening up to public comment. Any of the members of the public would like to speak on this?
Councilmember Gross, thank you very much for asking the question.
State your name, please.
Thanks, Richard. Not to keep on beating the dead horse, but we spent in excess of $6,500 on wings, wheels, and rotors. Another $6,000 plus on Christmas tree lighting from our city budget. We seem to be able to find that with no problem. I think that telling me we saved $4,000 on city attorney's fees is humorous, considering how much we spend giving to the Chamber of Commerce for their events. Whether we go to go back to the two now that the election is over and we can actually get back to doing city business instead of politicking, or whether we stay at one, I would like the city council to consider, if you're going to stay at one, turning the first Monday into a voluntary opportunity for members of the community to come forward and meet with the city council in ways that allow communication between the council members and the community, sort of like open workshops. Whether or not anybody chooses to attend, it would be really nice, because I've watched over the years a number of people stand at this podium, including Richard, including Mr. Gross, including Mr. Kuzumoto, and ask questions and want answers, and there's no communication, as Sandy has made, or as the city attorney has said many times. No, you can't communicate, you can't talk. Well, talking is good. It creates transparency, and if we're not going to go to city council meetings, I would like the city council to consider taking the first Monday and making the first Monday of every month an open working group, or an open opportunity for the members of the community to come down and sit and talk with you, and potentially even see it televised, so that the community has an opportunity to hear from you. Because I can talk to you one at a time, but I really like to hear what you guys have to say when you're considering the issues facing the city. I don't like talking in a vacuum. I like discussion. So I really would prefer it if we could have a table set up in here. If you're not going to do two meetings, at least take the first Monday and open up the council and open up and have working sessions where we just discuss the concerns of the community and what we like. We've got Cypress about to put another building on Catella. It would be really nice if we could just all sit around and talk about it. Anyway, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public would like to speak? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close it. So back here to council on this item here. Looking for some type of a motion.
I brought it up because my recollection when it was initially acted on was it was going to be a 6-month trial.
Right.
And the key, from my perspective, was has it worked from that standpoint, not just so much on cost savings, but the way staff functions, the way the council's able to engage stuff. So that was the reason, and I think it's been spelled out from that aspect. I would like to hear from other colleagues in terms of how they feel it's worked. And I know a couple have some ideas of entertaining some thoughts that I think we can work through as well. But
Okay, thank you. So any comments, thoughts on this from the council? Richard?
I would think that one meeting has proven to be actually better for the staff. Spoken to many of them about the issue. That second meeting, you just figure how much time each meeting takes. So figure we waste 2 days of each person's staff time preparing for a meeting. I do like Mr. Ivler's idea about some type of meeting. I don't really think it needs to be every month, but be willing to try bi-monthly, quarterly, and the chance. I've stood up there and was frustrated many times that all we can do is look back at them, and many times people are here with good suggestions or seeking information, and they don't get it, or it comes at 11 o'clock at night, and they never really hear it. So I would be all for staying with one, but also coming up, as I stated before on the item with the employees' salaries, to come up with a series of workshops that allow us to discuss the issues of the city with the people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments over here?
Yeah, I think that the meetings have went a lot more smoother by having meetings once a month. I think it's a much more cost-effective way, but I also think just getting prepared and making sure that that the things that we look at, the extra hour that it takes for the council meetings, I think, as compared to the two, I just think that it's really worked a lot to help us be able to be more effective in the council meetings. If you look at it, when we had 2 meetings per month plus 10 to 15 special meetings, if you consider it budget workshops, we were meeting over 40 times a year. And, it's interesting, you get comments from the community saying, hey, look, we don't have enough interaction with you. 40 times a year, and the person making the comment, I think 30 of those 42 have made comments, and maybe multiple times within those meetings. So I feel accessible. I know my phone number is listed on the website. I know I will meet with anybody. Yeah, you call the city hall, you tell them you want to meet, we'll go meet for coffee, I'll buy you lunch, whatever. If there's something that you feel you got a raw deal, and you want to take it up, please call me. I absolutely support workshops. The issue with the Cypress and the building and all that stuff, I've even told other colleagues on the council, we should have community workshops on that issue and get a perspective of where the community's at. We don't need to invent that up here, though. It's definitely, that's a no-brainer. Staying, the topic at hand is the meetings 1 or 2 a month, plus all the special meetings. I'm supportive of just keeping it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rager. Jerry, any comments?
No.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Do we have a motion on some type of action on this?
could I ask one question?
Sure.
Because the idea of a workshop and just sitting down and talking about issues creates a Brown Act violation that would need to be more formal.
A number of cities do that. They typically call it a town hall meeting.
Okay.
And the agenda simply says discussion of variety of actions with an opportunity for public comment and public questions. No action will be taken. As long as you're not taking action and it's just open discussion, you can agendize it as a free-form discussion. You have to agendize it because all 5 of you, or at least a majority, will be present. and you can't take action when you haven't specified what the action will be, but you can have an open discussion.
Would it-
It's typically called a town hall meeting.
Okay. Would it require an attorney and staff support, or is it just an open meeting that really is not like a regular meeting, but just a discussion?
It's up to you what staff support you would want at that. I'm doing this from memory, but I believe your code says that the city attorney has to be present at council meetings unless excused, so you'd have to make it clear whether the city attorney was needed or not. But I'd have to check that. It could be that's only for regular council meetings.
Then let me make an attempt at a motion then. The motion would be to receive and file the report, first of all. Secondly, to make a motion that we explore doing a community workshop on a quarterly basis with topics to be determined that minimizes the need for staff and city attorney, with the caveat that the public understands we cannot take any action. We're just getting feedback and communication.
Okay, so I think that's one motion with two parts to it. Would that be a fair way to characterize it? So you have the receive and file the report and conduct, in my words, I'm going to paraphrase, so correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Gross. Conduct a quarterly town hall meeting with, very clear instructions to the public of the purpose and it's just really a discussion. That's the motion? Okay.
Mayor, if I may, just
Yes.
food for thought. I don't think that we should say quarterly. I think we should leave it as needed. And then that way, if we choose to do it more frequently or less frequently, we're not, backing ourselves into a corner.
Okay,
Because-
but I appreciate the feedback, but I think we've got a motion here and be respectful of the maker of the motion, so.
Would you be willing to say a minimum of quarterly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would a minimum of quarterly help you?
Sure, I just don't want us to get into a position where we're limiting ourselves, that's all.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
so-
then let's modify the motion to say a minimum.
Okay, so
quarterly meeting.
receive and file the staff report and conduct at a minimum a quarterly town hall meeting with specific instructions to the public as
Yes.
the boundaries, okay? Okay, that's the motion?
And one more.
Well,
Bryce got something.
I'll wait, because I would like to discuss that a little bit further, too.
Understand. Well, we may not get a second, so.
Oh, I second it, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have a second, a motion second, and Councilmember Egger. you
Yeah,
can go first.
not to sound condescending, but I mean, do we need that much attention to have a quarterly meeting? I mean, if but we've by policy are afforded the opportunity to put something on the agenda. I would think under the name of transparency, I have an issue and I want to take it to the public. I should ask for. I mean, now I can ask for it to be put on the agenda. It can be brought in here. We can discuss whether we want staff to be involved or not. And at the end, I may lose that, or we may decide that a workshop is needed. But to create a structural need for a quarterly meeting for a topic we're not sure of yet, I probably won't be supporting that. But I definitely, I mean, if we were to walk away with saying, "Hey, look, during general comments, let's start having a workshop on Cypress," yeah, let's do that. Let's agendize it. Let's talk about our objectives that we hope to accomplish. I just, I'm not sure just having the meeting to say we're having quarterly meetings. Think about the downside. If you decide you're not there, it's not an agendized meeting. We don't know what the topics are going to be. So if we don't show up, so do you have to come there to find out what's going on, or do we wait for the press to report what happened at the town hall? I would rather it be subject specific. But like I said, I'm not against meeting on a quarterly basis just to meet, but I just would like to see a more specific issue, just so, I mean, and maybe because I like to be prepared for that, and if it's an ad hoc because we got problems. I mean, Todd, we had Highland burglary issues, and we called a town hall. We've had issues, and we call a town hall, and so, but that's just my position. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Edgar. Any other discussion on the motion and the seconded motion? Joey?
His recommendation is more along the lines of what I was thinking, like I said, as needed, but.
Okay, but we have a motion that says, I think we're going to, at a minimum, and I understand the concern from Councilmember Egger, so.
I think there's value to trying it. And I don't know that we necessarily have to do that in a motion and set it down formally, but I agree with your points that there should be some objective or there should be some topic, and the mechanism to get there, whether it's issues with Cyprus, because I think the public needs to understand what's going on, because we tend to get criticized. It's like this issue regarding the salaries. I think that's pretty clear if we are able to communicate some of the issues in the past where items have been, for lack of a better word, blown out of proportion. If we had attempted to try and provide information that we're kind of constricted on in a formal setting, I don't think it has to be every 3 months or every 2 months or whatever type of thing, once a quarter. But I think it would be a good effort to start. Let's see what participation we get. Because if there's only 5 people there, I'm not sure that there's burning issues with the public that we need to continue to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know how that works into the motions.
Okay. But I think the motion, as stated, I think it's receive and file the report, and then I'll say plan, and then I think we can always rescind it. I think we can revisit that if it's not being effective, if it isn't, right? So, and I'm in support of that because I think it is a way at least to meet with the public, and then we'll see, I think, in terms of Councilmember Edgar and Mayor Pro Tem Mejia's concerns about forcing that. I get it's gonna shake out. If we show up here and there's no members of the public, then I think we have our answer. And I think that I like Councilmember Gross's suggestion. Let's try it, see what happens, and then if it isn't effective, then we can stop it. I think fairly straightforward in a straightforward manner.
Mayor, I have a question. Would that also, Councilmember Gross, include workshops just for us as a council? I mean, could that Monday also be used for something that we would want to address that wouldn't necessarily be something that the community would be weighing in on? That would be my question.
Well, I think anytime we meet, it's public and the community is allowed an opportunity to weigh in. So I don't know that we could do it otherwise. But yes, yeah, there's some other topics back during council comments that we want to raise a little bit. So for this issue, I would say it is what it is.
Okay. Councilmember Edgar, do you have?
Wouldn't that be just called a special meeting?
I think so.
Yeah, so
Except for a workshop affords you the ability to speak more freely.
I mean, Dean, or Councilmember Gross, I thought maybe where you were going is like, we'll receive and file, and during council-directed comments, you just direct the city manager to schedule, some workshop ideas, and we have an agenda, and we talk about, because there's maybe a couple items that I can think of, I mean, especially the reserve thing, that I would like to talk about at the right time. I just don't know about the blanket, let's force ourselves to do it quarterly. I would just like to use the process that we've got to get it on, but you guys can vote on that.
So you can make a modified motion then?
Make it.
Well, okay, I'll try this.
Frankly, I don't.
Watching Jerry, so hold on. So
an
I'll make a substitute motion to just receive and file.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion to receive and file.
Second.
We have a second, so discussion on receive and file, and see now the process again, Sandy, if you can help me out, is to accept the substitute motion? Is that what the first vote is?
Well, yeah, technically you vote first on whether to substitute, and then if the vote is yes to substitute, then you vote on the substitute motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion and a second for the substitute motion. So I'll put it to us. Do we want to accept the substitute motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Nope. Okay, so it's 3-2. It passes. We accept the substitute motion. Now we vote on the substitute motion, correct? So the substitute motion by Councilmember Egger is to receive and file. The second by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia. So all those in favor of the substitute motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we have 4-1. Okay. Thank you with that.
Wow. So now you can introduce the other motion. If that's what you want to do.
But doesn't the other motion die since we already?
Yeah.
Well,
The amended motion, or the second motion, met with a majority vote, so the other one.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe this.
You can still make another motion on this item if you want to. You can. All you did was you substituted a different motion. You didn't reject the first motion.
Okay.
Darn it. Should have done that.
Dang it.
Okay, any other?
Play under review, or are we going to keep going?
I think,
Well, if the other council members would like for us to take a vote on that, I think we should give them that respect.
Did you want to make a motion, anybody?
I'd like to know how the procedure will work to call a town hall meeting then. If we're not going to plan.
Under other agenda items or agenda building at the end, you would just ask for them.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, wow, we got through this one. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 10C, the City Attorney Services. Angie, if you would please.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. The item before you is, you have seen before, the bulk of it is the request for proposal for City Attorney Services. What staff did between last meeting and this meeting was to basically build out the schedule, which is on page 2 of the staff report, kind of relook at that and add in some areas that needed attention and put dates to those. So it's proposed that you will approve that schedule tonight. The second part of it, besides, like I said, the bulk of the RFP, which has not been changed, but the second part of this is the proposed evaluation and selection criteria on page 9 of the RFP. Is to have the council agree, and Wendy polled all of you that you are available on Monday, March 4th to meet and determine the scoring and the weighting that will be used for the proposals.
I'm sorry, you said March?
Oh, did I say March? Yeah. I mean February. No, I didn't do that on purpose.
So February 4th.
Yeah, February 4th, 2 weeks from last night, Monday. So again, I'm sorry I'm kind of disjointed here, but as you know, Sandy is leaving. We're asking you to approve the request for proposal for City Attorney Services so that can be distributed tomorrow. And we're asking you to review the schedule for the selection of a permanent city attorney, and then to agree to meet on Monday, February 4th to agree on the weighting of the evaluation criteria. And Stephen will take us through that during the meeting so that everyone can weigh in on that. But we felt it necessary to get the RFP out the door as soon as possible. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so questions of the council?
Actually, with the schedule on selection of second subcommittee if more than 10 proposals are received, regular meeting. On the 19th, I'm going to be having surgery, so I can't be here.
Oh, yeah, I think we're going to think of a different subcommittee, honestly. It may not be you.
Okay.
I think that's...
I thought we already agreed to go that way, but that's fine. That's good.
Thank you for your service. Don't want to have
Now
to...
get out. Bye.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that.
Get some other...
We can arrange for cameras and a telephone line.
There you go.
Any other questions of staff on this? Okay. So public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak on this? Seeing none, let's bring it back here. Is there a motion for this staff report?
I'd like to move for staff approval.
Second.
Motion second for staff approval by Councilmember Edgar and Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia. Any discussion by the council? Okay, put it to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next item. It is the council appointments and reappointments to the different committees. Let's just get a report from, I guess, Wendy, would you do the report of this? Is that, or Angie?
Wendy.
Wendy, please.
This is consideration of the city council member appointments and reappointments to representatives of other agency and city ad hoc committees. As council knows, our council members represent the city on various county and regional boards. Appointees serve as voting members on some of these boards. Traditionally, the city council reviewed the appointments at the first meeting after council reorganization. This year is a little bit different. The mayor has, in order to help facilitate the process, proposed a list of representatives and alternates, and that is attached as attachment 1. The one point of interest is the Orange County Vector Control District. On November 21st, 2011, Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia was appointed to a 2-year term. The mayor's appointment list recommends a alternate, and should the council approve that, Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia will need to submit her resignation for the Orange County Vector Control District. And also, this is similar to last year, but Orange County Fire Authority has us approve our appointments by resolution. Another point of interest, some committees have been removed from the list from last year. The General Plan Downtown Revitalization Ad Hoc Committee was removed since it did not meet at all in 2012. Annexation Ad Hoc Committee did not meet in 2012 and was also removed. And the Growth Management Area Group number 2 has fulfilled its purpose and is no longer needed. Council, remember last year you had to recuse yourself for paid positions. That policy has been modified. The FPPC has released a Form 806, and as long as we post it on our website with the positions how much they get paid, and who our representatives are, you no longer have to recuse yourself. The city does do that policy when the form is currently on our website. And at this time, it'd be appropriate for council to go over assignments, and if you have any questions, I'm available.
Okay, so on this one, trying to expedite things and redistribute things, and I think to thank the prior service of the council members, I went to this route, and there was one transposition of the sanitation district, so that is one thing. It was meant for council or Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia to, as the alternate from last year, to move up to the delegate, and I would be the alternate. So that was the one change, and then with that, let's see, do we open this up for public comment and all that? Or is it? Yeah. Do we still have to do? Okay. So, so with that, is there any questions of the council member on this?
Yeah, obviously. I am very interested in continuing my role in the Orange County Sanitation District. I'm currently the chairman of the board, and my term runs out not this June, but the June after. So right now, a couple of really important things that are in process. We're doing a rate evaluation that we just sent out Prop 218 notices on that has to go through a board process between now and June. We're in the middle of a transition from the general manager, Jim Ruth, who's been there for 6 years, is going to be moving on. So we're in the middle of a succession plan that we've been working on for 18 months with a guy named Jim Herberg, who will take over. We also have organizational transformation in place right now as we're basically going through all of the unions and making sure that the organization is ready as it switches from a construction organization. We just finished our secondary treatment about 2 or 3 months ago. It was $1.3 billion worth of construction, and we're switching or transitioning to an organization that's been in construction for almost 8 years to an operational, I'll call it keep the lights on, they called it maintenance and operation. So really delicate time at the sanitation district right now. And so again, I would hope to be able to continue to serve on that. Just to kind of keep it in perspective, is there's 25 board members, and some of them are county supervisor and mayors. This is the first time I think Los Alamitos is represented, and for a city of 12,000, we actually represent 2.1 million. So I think it's really important for our city to be able to maintain in that position, and it took 4 or 5 years to work my way through the board to, serving as first a vice chair of a subcommittee for operations to a chair of operations to a vice chair of the committee or the entire board to now chair. I respectfully request that the city council takes it under consideration and please allows me to continue to be the delegate and finish my work through definitely through June of 2015 or 14. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the list?
Is the process going to be to accept the recommendations, or are we going to kind of go through this one by one?
I was hoping to get an up or down vote on the recommendations, taking into consideration any of the comments. But if the council would be willing to go one by one, we can certainly do that. But
well, there's a couple on here that I have questions on. The first one being that was brought up in regards to sanitation district. I agree, and having been on council before, it's rare that you're on an assignment like this where you get an opportunity to move up to a leadership position. And when that occurs, I think it speaks well from the standpoint of the city. You recently had that happen with our city support, with the mayor of CO Beach, moving on to the Orange County Transportation Authority. And they view that in a very positive light. They were up in Sacramento when we were meeting, and they were very appreciative of Los Al's support in the process. I think at this particular point to change midstream is a wrong thing, wrong message for us to send, particularly where we're trying to deal with some image issues as it is throughout the county with staff transitions and so on. And I'm not sure, you know, if Jerry was the alternate previously, I don't know how many meetings she was able to go to or how many times she served in, but to me there's a large learning curve, and I would favor keeping Councilmember Edgar on that committee. I just think it's the wrong message to send to our neighboring cities and the other members that are on that particular board.
okay.
So I would, do we want to take action on that and do that? I'd go ahead and move on the Orange County Sanitation District to leave Mr.
I think
Edgar as chair.
we're at the point of just getting council comments. We'll open up for public comment, and then if there's a motion, then we'll kind of go from there.
I thought we already had public comment.
Did we?
Yes.
Okay, I beg your pardon. So, so we're at back here. So,
Then further down, the League of Cities, the state division, it's typically the mayor and the mayor pro tem, so I think that's appropriate. The city selection, I think, again, is typically the mayor, and if the mayor's not there, it's city council, so I don't really have any issue on that.
Okay.
The League of Cities and the Orange County Association of Cities, being new back on since they've started the Orange County Association, I know there's meetings coming up. Are we saying that whoever the delegate is approved to attend those meetings on a monthly basis, or are we, I don't know, because there's a fee associated with that, to attend those.
Okay, you mean for each dinner meeting, there's a out-of-pocket expense. So
Yeah.
that one, I think, can we just hold that off for next month? We'll have Lacey Kelly here to explain what the Association of California Cities, Orange County chapter is all about, and I think we can deal with it then.
All right. One other area then, when Rossmore had their State of the City, State of the District meeting, I attended and Mr. Murphy also attended. We weren't aware we were both going, but we were approached at that meeting about the desire on their part to continue the Rossmore Los Alamitos Working Group. And they felt that there's still a lot of things in terms of neighborly discussion that should continue on, and they found value in it. And so I would recommend, and if we need to do a motion to it, I can do that as well, that we reinstitute the Rossmore Los Alamitos Working Group as part of this group.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, Councilmember Murphy?
I also agree with Troy staying on the Sand District, and would like to ask Jerry, would you like to stay on Vector if that's going to happen? I'd be happy to do that, either switch with you, or you can have both. I mean, if you want to be the delegate on the sand, the alternate on the sand district, that's fine too. I would like to be named on one of these down the road, but whatever your preference is. And also, I would like to see a formation of a base closure committee that at least investigates what our plan is going to be for that. It's amazing to me that we don't have one, and I mean, if you follow the budget cuts in the military, I think there's going to be more and more serious budget cuts under this administration, and we need to go through the exercise of preparing for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Can I address that one?
Can we just move on?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so when we talk about at the second to the last item, City Attorney Selection Committee, I just brought up that I'm not able to attend that meeting. So would we want to change the date, or were you looking for a different committee?
Yeah, so is it, that was in there?
Yeah.
I think we want to,
Would you like to nominate someone else for that?
yeah, I think we would, so. But, okay, so help me refresh my memory. Do we have public comments on this? I didn't write down any public comments.
No one was here.
No one was here.
Did we ask for it? Okay, so we went, okay.
Nobody came forward.
I must be going insane, thank you.
You can choose to reopen it if you want. Is there anybody who wants to speak?
No, I don't want to reopen it. Okay, okay, so we have a list, okay. I'll do this, okay, so, Councilmember Edgar, last year, you were attacking me, professionally and publicly humiliating me, and I supported you in your assignment. So now you're asking to go to June of 2014, so not this year, but another 15 or so months on the Sand District, which means that you would have served there for 4.5 to 5 years? Is that kind of, and I think that that is inherently unfair to the rest of us that would like a chance to serve that. I am looking forward to being able to serve on that committee presumably next year if a rotation starts to happen. So I am going to make a motion that my list as it appears, even with all the ad hoc subcommittee errors, we can correct those at a future, that we move this with the, I motion that this gets approved as written with the exception of switching council, or Mayor Pro Tem Mejia and myself on the sanitation district, and I'd like to have that put to a vote. So it's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we accept these assignments, that will substitute myself in as the delegate for the Orange County Sanitation District. That's my second.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion. Any discussion on that?
Could your motion explain what would happen on the vector control? Could you address that?
I don't really understand vector control because I think you're appointed for a couple of years at a time. But Richard, the other part I would put up is that if you're interested in, they got me here at Westcom, if you're interested in doing that.
Any of them.
Because I honestly, it's hard for me right now, schedule-wise. That would be helpful if you would take that on.
Yeah, like I said, it's up to council, the Mayor Pro Tem, if she would, want to stay on vector or would prefer to be, or we have to get it, if we leave you on with your motion, then the alternate has to be selected, and I don't know if the Mayor Pro Tem wants to be the alternate again, or you prefer to stay on vector control, or you prefer to do both?
Well, I guess my question is, and this is nothing personal to you, Troy, but at what point does the rotation start? And I understand the position you're in is very unique. You're the chair. I get that. But for me to say that I would support you for this year and next year, I can't say that. I think that that's unfair to the rest of the council members. I understand right now it's a very unique situation, and I do have a tendency to want to afford you that, but now you're saying you want the following year too, and that's not something I can support, because I can't I can't say to these other council members and the mayor, you don't get a chance to serve on the sanitation district. In the past, I think the most that anyone served on it was 2 years.
Chuck Sylvia served
Well, I'm
24
saying
years,
when
but
our,
yeah.
The whole idea is for there to be parity up here. We use that word lightly, and I think that it's important with this, just as the rotation for the mayor and the mayor pro tem is something that's existed in the past, and it's good for the community. I understand you being there, but are you willing to say, if you were to be there this year, that you would not be lobbying for the final year that we're here?
I mean, you've asked a direct question. The assignment, when you get elected to be the chair, is a 2-year appointment. So, that's all I'm saying is, my term is up that following November anyway. So, I mean, all I would say is that, if we're sitting back and we're trying to make that switch because we think that, we need to make a change because there's something very specific. I mean, Warren shared something that, we had problems a year ago and he supported, and I'm hoping we'll be able to work through those. I'm trying, to turn over new leaves and find ways to work together. But I mean, this assignment, it is a 2-year, and it's on June to June. It's not, lined up with January. So, I'm hoping to be able to serve out honorably that term of 2 years that is the rotation for that position. And, the reason why it's 2 years is because the amount of effort that, it's just to understand, it's 2 complete sanitation operations plants doing 250 million gallons a day, $500 million budget. So it takes a while to work your way up to that position. And like I said, if I'm not properly representing Los Alamitos or doing a good job, then we should be having this discussion. But if it's just to rotate through, I don't have any other assignments on the council. And I'm willing to forego any of the other ones just so I can finish my obligation to the Sand District. I haven't invested a tremendous amount of time, just like I did here, to understand financially, operationally, staff management, and the board dynamics to be able to do a good job there. And that's why I'm just hoping to be able to finish that off. Any of these other assignments, after, if anybody's interested in any other appointments, I would definitely give it up, but I'm invested. Yeah, Rich.
Okay, so thank you, Councilmember Edgar. So I'm going to just, again, let me just frame it this way. If you had won in November, you would not be on the board. I think December 3rd, you would have had to resign your post because of incompatibilities with the offices, and you wouldn't be there. So I think that speaks volumes as to why we can have a change, because if things had gone a different way in November, you wouldn't be there anyways. Now, I think there's a member of the public that would like to speak, so I will ask if it's okay with the council that we allow the member of the public to speak.
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Egger, I hear you making this as a commitment. I'm going to serve my 5.5 years and everything else. And as Mayor Cosmoto just said, you ran for public office. You're ready to bounce out of that thing and go to Sacramento. That's not a commitment. That was a commitment to run for higher office. I fully understand that commitment and a desire to run for higher office. I ran for public office. I understand it. But now you're saying, no, hold on, I've got this really important commitment. It wasn't important enough for you not to look for higher office. Now it's so important you can't give it up to somebody else after serving there for over 4 years. I see a little disconnect between these two statements you're making. Running for higher office, so important I'm going to give up the Sand District. Didn't make it, got to keep the Sand District because it's so important that I stay on it. Mr. Egger, you've been on it for over 4 years. Yes, you're holding a high position on it. You were willing to walk away. It's time that somebody else on the city council have an opportunity to represent our city on the Sand District. It's clearly not enough to stop you from running for higher office. It's clearly not enough to deny 4 other members from the city council to have an opportunity to serve there. Thank you.
Yeah, just as a response to that, because usually I just let you go and talk and say whatever you're going to say. But yeah, the other thing is that I think that you got to realize at the board meeting in actually June, when we get ready to go through this, the issue of me running for office was publicly known. And I said, look, do you guys want me to be chair or not? They made a conscious decision that, look, I didn't appoint myself chair. The board knew. I mean, I was in the middle of a campaign for higher office, said, look, if you win, we win. If we lose, we win. And it was because they get some consistency there. So, like I said, I wouldn't expect someone like James to understand the dynamics of the board. He definitely wasn't there to go through that. But, like I said, I think that when you're looking at what the opportunity is that we have as a city, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think changing just to change. If you look at a city like Huntington Beach, they change their member every year. And when you look at that, it's unbelievable because Huntington Beach, this plan is in their city. They should be trying to work their way through leadership to really have a say in there. Fountain Valley gets their way through that. Newport should work. Every year they kind of rotate. They never are able, and they have some of the biggest areas of effect. So again, I really appreciate the opportunity to serve. Warren, I hope that, in the past, the differences that we've had, I've really worked hard to try to reestablish a relationship with you, and I will continue to do that, and just hope that I continue to have the opportunity to serve on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Egger. Thank you for members of the public for commenting. But I think there is an inherent unfairness, especially on this position that has the highest stipend of all and meets probably the most frequently of all the commissions or boards that we can serve on. So I think there's just an inherent unfairness, and I'm looking to the council members to my left thing, and it's like, come on, guys. It's like we should be afforded the opportunity to serve and network and meet these other folks, too.
I don't disagree with you. You mentioned parity, and when you go down through here, I had given you a list of where my interests were. I'm assigned as an alternate on a lot of these. I'm a team member. I'll do what you want done. The Joint Powers Authority, which meets once a year, and has a $100 stipend. I'm not interested in the stipend. That's not a motivator. I would think that it would be appropriate for you to be an alternate if you feel that there needs to be a switch, that you be an alternate to Edgar and learn in that particular process, and maybe next year. There's no guarantee that the person goes on, replaces him as chair. It's not going to happen. Vice chair will move up, and we lose that pecking thing in the process. And the likelihood of our small city getting back into that, stepping out of it in that way, is slim, knowing the way the politics within the county work. Understand where your motivation is. I'm looking out more from the standpoint of the city rather than the individuals that are involved. And so, that's why I asked about this thing on an individual basis. You want to do it by a slate. I have concerns on some of the others that are here, and vector control being one of them. Jerry lobbied to go on to vector control, got 2 years, and now is willing to change because she wants to do something else. Well, when her predecessor got it, he voted it in for 4 years. And you can't change that. I'm not even sure you can change this from the standpoint of the way vector control goes, because it doesn't have to be a council member that's appointed. It could be a citizen.
Well,
we've had that in the past.
If you don't mind, Dean, here's the situation. Both of those positions, if you talk about sanitation district, I'm the alternate. Okay. And so the natural pecking order, as you say, would be for me to elevate to the delegate and someone else coming in as an alternate.
Okay.
With regards to vector control, I love being on vector control, but in an attempt not to be selfish and take 2 positions that were stipend. Actually, this is an amount in lieu of travel, but in the instance you're still being paid. I wanted to offer that up if someone else wanted to have a stipend or a money-paying job. There have been times on the council, as you well know, where people have held a couple of these different positions that receive money for their commitment, and I was trying to be fair and not doing that. So it's not that I'm not honoring my commitment. I love that commission, and if I could do both, I would do both. But in an attempt to be fair, which is what we're talking about here, we can alternate and give Richard the opportunity to serve my last year. If that's not appealing to the council, well, then that's something we can talk about. But, you know, we've talked about for Troy with the sanitation district, and I understand you wanting to be on there as the chair. I get that. But what exactly is it doing for this city? You know, we talk about how it's good for the city. It's really not per se good for the city, because if that was the case, then Huntington Beach would be taking a more active role, okay? It's good for the people who are on those commissions because they do get experience in these different committees. They do get to meet different members of different cities that they can network with. Just like on Vector, I've spoken with Doug Bailey, who is now our chair, and asked him if he was interested in potentially working with me on an off-ramp at Cerritos. There's been some talk of it in the past, but nothing's being done. It would be something that would mitigate a lot of our traffic issues, giving another artery off of that, freeway, but I'm still willing to be fair. And I think that's really what my heart is in this, is that everyone should get an opportunity to serve. Am I torn because Troy is the chair? Yes. But am I even more concerned because now he's saying it's 2 more years? I don't support that. So I'll go ahead and pass it back to you, but I just wanted you to understand the reasoning for, you know, me potentially stepping down from Vector. It's not because I don't want to fulfill my obligation. It's merely because I was trying to be fair.
So in my original motion, just as you would shepherd us through this, Mayor, is that I haven't, Rich, I don't know on, you know, any of these other appointments. I mean, if we want to package this up, anybody up here, I mean, tell me, we'll make, you know, I'll make adjustments to my motion. I'm a little unclear. The vector control thing, I didn't know Jerry was wanting to step down and do that, so if that's an adjustment, we can do that.
It says here.
You know, the sad part is that some of this, you know, Councilmember Murphy, I just asked a question of him, did he ask for that? And he shook his head and said no, he wasn't aware of it. So, I mean, I can see, Jerry, Mayor Pro Tem Mejia, I can see where you're trying to do that, but it's contingent on something else. And you know, I appreciate your attempt to try and get it all done in one fell swoop, but it doesn't look like it's headed that way. And maybe we just, you know, there's a motion on the floor and seconded, so why don't we deal with that motion and then try to adjust the rest of these and move forward? Because if it, does your motion include who the alternate is? Or just the
sure.
chairman?
It would be the delegate, actually, not the alternate, because there is no alternate on Vector.
No.
No. We're talking about.
Oh, on Sand District.
Sand District. Did not address the alternate, just substituted.
Well, okay.
So that's the motion, that's the second, and I think as Councilmember Gross said, pardon me, we got to deal with that, and then we'll go on from there. So the motion is to take the slate, substitute Councilmember Edgar in for the Sand District, and approve the slate. It was seconded by Councilmember Gross. So let's call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
If you're going to switch Troy into the position for the delegate of the sanitation district, then there's no need for me to resign as.
I understand, but that wasn't part of the motion. So we have, you know, very technically, we have the motion that says substitute Councilmember Edgar's name in place, right?
Again, I'll just put out there, are we looking for a modification, or you just want to go with the simple technical, and we'll go from there?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm open.
Procedurally, are we allowed to, you know, I mean, I'll look at you, Sandy. Are we allowed to modify, maker of the motion can modify?
It's called a friendly amendment. Somebody offers a friendly amendment,
Okay.
and if it's okay with the maker and the seconder, then you can do that.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, so is the motion I'm making, just so I'm clear, for the sanitation district is myself as the delegate, and Jerry, you're continuing as the alternate?
It depends. Warren, are you interested in being the alternate?
I'm not interested in the alternate.
Okay, I'll be the alternate.
Okay.
Okay.
I would do it also if you want. I just don't know what your desire is, but I'd be happy to do it. You know, I can still attend the meetings, as I'm sure you know. You know, I could attend the meetings and make the contacts, but you can live with either one.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
The sanitation district,
Okay, so,
the alternate.
okay,
Jerry.
and you don't want.
Well, here's my question to you. If the rotation continues next year, potentially I would be the mayor, is that correct?
Potentially.
That's proposed.
Yes.
Never know how it's going to go. So I think as the mayor, I would like to serve as the delegate in my final year on the sanitation district. So if being the alternate is what puts me in that position, then that's what I'd like to do.
Okay, so.
I think that, I mean,
So, or do we not need an alternate because you're going to be lobbying for 2 years? That's
I
really
mean,
my
I'm
question.
like I said, very respectfully, I would hope that I can finish my 2 years as chair, and that would mean that, for the next 2 years, please support me, and, if there's a reason why to not support me, then we should talk through that. But, and as far as the alternate, like I said, I would just, Jerry, you're the alternate now.
Mhm.
Do you want to continue or relegate to Rich, or?
Well, no, I mean, obviously, I have an interest on serving on the sanitation district board. At some point, you'll be off, I guess. So I guess being the alternate would be the most logical spot for me to be in. So if that's what your intention is, then it would be for you to be the delegate, for myself to be the alternate, and then I would be finishing Vector. And then you said Richard could be on Westcom, correct?
As a second to the motion, could you either withdraw your motion and my withdraw the second? Can we do that? Okay. And let's just deal with this one, and because it affects the others, I don't necessarily agree with the entire slate at this particular point, particularly if Richard and Jerry are not going to flip-flop like was being talked, and there's, if you do this, we do that type of a thing. So let's just deal with sanitation district right now and get that taken care of.
Well, no,
We
then we
know
should
who-
just go in order. I mean, start with the first one and work your way down. That's the way we've always done it. If we're not going to move forward as a slate, that's understandable, but let's start with Joint Powers Authority.
All right.
That's my recommendation, Mayor.
Then do you I can withdraw my second if you withdraw yours, and we go one by one, is that?
Sure.
I think I seconded also. Is that what you're
Oh, I
looking
thought
for?
I
No,
seconded.
hang on. So the substitute motion was to put Councilmember Egger in for the Sand District, did not speak to the alternate nor any changes in vector control. So that was the motion that you seconded, that you are suggesting we withdraw, right?
Or do you just, I mean, what Warren was suggesting is, I mean, do we just want to settle this thing piece by piece? Because whether we do it first, second, or third,
Well,
it's,
yeah, but hang on, Troy. Yeah, I understand. So I think you're withdrawing the motion.
I'm withdrawing it.
Second, I mean-
I thought I seconded
You're gonna
Troy's
withdraw-
original
Yeah,
motion.
hang
He
on.
did.
So you want to withdraw the second of the original, or the substitute motion, right?
No, who made the substitute motion?
Troy.
I did. To-
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
And then,
Yes.
and you're going to ask Councilmember Edgar to withdraw his substitute motion.
Yes.
Okay, so we're kind of unwinding this thing.
Are you
Okay.
gonna-
So now,
Speak
so
up,
hang,
buddy.
so hang on. So now we have my motion that Jerry seconded to approve the slate with the change of us. So let's just put that to a vote, and then we can just get it settled, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so let's just, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have a 3-2, it failed. Okay, so that motion is over. Okay, so now, as I think we're kind of moving towards now, is take this line by line.
All right.
And,
Quickly.
yeah.
If we take it line by line, do we still have to vote at the end?
Well, yeah, we would just go to the full.
Okay.
or you could go line by line.
Well, when I sat in the audience the last time this was done, it appeared that going line by line, people are agreeing to things, and then they get to the end and they really have no say, is this fair? Each item stands by itself, but I think you have to take it as a whole at some point along the way. I mean, that is everybody's goal up here, obviously, is to be as fair as possible.
Mhm.
Okay.
And to answer your question, which I think is a very fair question about, the sanitation district, it'd be my feeling I would support Troy as chairman for his full term. I had originally thought that we could compromise and maybe he could step down at the end of his full term and then flip the delegate. And is that feasible?
Well, I don't think we can decide that now, can we? It's not
But
agendized
you realize
for.
that only becomes whoever, if it's one of
Mayor
us.
appointment.
Pardon me?
It's only a one-year appointment. We'll reorganize again next year.
No, but to answer Council Member Murphy's, from my perspective, that allows perhaps me or Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem Mejia 5 months to serve.
Yes.
5 months.
But that was her question, is if she is the alternate, will she get a chance? And I'm trying to say that I was going to propose that she gets whoever it is, gets a small chance. Because I think it's a major black eye for the city if Troy doesn't fill out his term. Spoke to several people about that at the council school, city managers, et cetera. There was no disagreement on that issue. That, we have enough issues with the number of city managers and financial people we've had up here. And, it was put very delicately, but basically it meant you have a damaged reputation. This would be a black eye we don't need, especially at a time, it dawned on me, and Dean, we were talking about there, we're starting over. We have no finance person, no city attorney, no city manager. We're starting from scratch, and hopefully we're going to be able to hire people who will give us some stability, but right now we're not seen that way. And this would be one more black eye. So what I was trying to say was, at least from my perspective, going forward, if you're asking, would you get a chance, the best it would be, in my mind, would be a 5-month chance. See, I'm willing to do that. But I would, you've served on this committee, and you're blocked, by Troy's accomplishments, in my mind. But just so you have the background to make the best decision you can. That's what I'm trying to lay out.
I'm fine with alternate, and we can deal with it at its appropriate time next year.
Well, you would ask the question.
No,
so
I appreciate
yeah,
it.
good.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask City Clerk, can you help us guide through this line by line, if you wouldn't mind? You're going to kind of bookkeep this anyway, so I'd appreciate that.
Just to address Councilmember Murphy's question, last year they did take it line by line, and it was one final vote at the end for all the appointments that were discussed as we go along.
Thank you.
So we have the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. I have a delegate as Gross and an alternate as Murphy.
And if you want to continue that, I don't have a problem with it.
No, it's okay. I mean, so it's kind of, it's up in the air. I mean, so whoever wants to gravitate towards that. So, I mean, I think we just look for volunteers at this point.
I'm fine with taking the one meeting a year.
Have you got the time in your schedule?
Okay.
Are you okay with the alternate?
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Okay. We have Orange County Fire Authority Board of Directors. I have the delegate as Kusamoto and the alternate as Murphy.
Well, being that I'll probably not have the opportunity to serve on the sanitation district, is there going to be a play for a 2-year on that? I've not been on the fire authority. Is there some kind of a stipulation where you serve for 2 years, or is it 1 year at a time?
You're more than welcome. If you want to throw your name in the hat, you're more than welcome to.
So I'm fine.
I'll nominate Council or Mayor Pro Tem Graham here for that as the delegate.
No, just for the alternate as
No,
well.
you want to be the delegate?
No.
I would be interested in the delegate.
Well, the mayor is already there, so I think we should just leave him.
Okay, I'll stay the delegate, if it's okay with the council.
Okay.
So it's you and Murphy, or you and Graham Mejia?
Mejia, I believe that's the...
Is that okay with you, Richard?
Sure.
Okay.
We have Orange County Sanitation District.
Edgar
Edgar is the delegate.
and Mejia, alternate.
Mejia is the
Would you mind if I did that one, Jerry, as an
No,
alternate?
that's fine, Richard, go ahead.
All right.
Orange County Vector Control District.
That will stay.
As Mejia.
Stays Mejia.
Stays
No
Mejia.
resignation or anything.
League of California City State Division. Kusamoto is the delegate, and Graham Mejia is the alternate.
I think that's the way it should stay.
Which one is this one again, Wendy?
This is the League of
The
Cities
okay,
State
yes.
Division.
Okay.
And city selection meeting, the mayor as the delegate and the city council as the alternate.
Yep.
Association of California Cities, Edgar as a delegate, Gross as the alternate.
Troy, did you say you didn't want
If anybody's interested, please feel free. I mean, I'll do it if no one else wants it.
But okay, so, question for you, Troy, on this, what really happens here? I mean, I'm not clear, I mean, we're going to agendize this, at least I've asked the agendas for next month, but what happens?
Yeah, they have a monthly meeting outside of the dinner that they have once a month. They have a policy meeting. Right now, there's a couple different task forces. There's a pension reform task force. There's a transportation task force that they're trying to deal with some of the turnover and stuff that's going on with OCTA and the corridor freeway construction. So it would be being a part of that, working with Lacey. Like I said, anybody who's interested in being a part of that, it's very informative. You learn a lot, and you do get connected with a lot of people that are very knowledgeable about a lot of this stuff.
Well, Dean hasn't been a delegate on anything.
Yeah, I'm a delegate on the first one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dean, I apologize.
Once a year.
All right.
Well,
There's monthly meetings you can
You know,
attend.
my issue with this particular group is, I was involved with the League of California Cities before, was on 2 of their policy committees. Was vice chair, slated to move up to chair when I stepped aside. I don't know how engaged the city wants to be with the league. There's also an issue involving SCAG, and I was involved with SCAG before. Jerry was involved with SCAG. So I'm not sure how the council relates to this new group versus the state group. And there's, you know, we all only have so much time in the process. I'm happy to help and be part of the team and do what I can, but, you
Can
know.
we pull this then? Isn't that what you said, Mayor? Pull and discuss it at the next meeting?
I think we can do that.
Maybe even, I mean, I don't even know if we need to pull it and discuss it. I mean, maybe we just pull it, because it usually, I mean, anybody on this council can go to the meetings. You don't need to appoint somebody. If you're interested, you just call Wendy and go. And
Okay, but then my question would be is, their monthly meeting that they do, and they're very aggressive with not 1, but 2, sometimes 3 or more emails about registering for this, and there is, I think, a $40 fee for the dinner.
Yeah. Well, the monthly board meeting.
Shared amongst everybody, or?
We're not on the board, so I'm not sure that that's really applicable. I mean, right now, we would be part of the workshop groups, but the board is actually a vote like this, and everybody votes to see who's going to be first, second chair, et cetera. We've never really taken an active role in this. I kind of would be supportive of where Warren's at, is maybe we just pull it off this list, say anybody that wants to go to the ACCOC meetings, sign up. And really what the most important thing that happens to those meetings is what Warren will do with city selection.
Select, yes.
And he's the guy. So, and then we have a delegation letter in that says if he can't make it and one of us happens to be there, we automatically got authority to vote on behalf of the city, and we've done that a few times.
Okay. So we'll just pull that one?
I think, yeah, I'm comfortable with that for now. Okay.
Okay, so Association of California Cities will be pulled. Los Alamitos Unified School District and City Working Group, I have the delegates as Graham Mejia and Councilmember Gross.
I'm good with that if it's acceptable to the council.
Okay.
You want to do schools?
No, go ahead.
Okay, next we have Orange County Library Advisory Board. We have Edgar as the delegate and Gross as the alternate.
Yeah. Warren, I don't know if you're doing this just to take it out on me completely, but...
No, I just tried to balance out just strictly by numbers.
Yeah, because I've been on this one before, and it's fun, but...
I'll do it.
Okay.
If that's okay, I'll put my name down on
Sure,
that one.
thank you.
Okay, Warren as the delegate. And Councilmember Gross as the alternate.
I've done that before, too, so.
I'll do it.
Thanks, Richard.
So Orange County Library Board is Warren Kusamoto and Richard Murphy.
Thank you.
We have the OCTA I-405 Policy Working Group. We have Graham Mejia as the delegate and Gross as the alternate.
I'm good if everyone's good with that.
Good. Dean?
Okay. And next we have West Cities Communications Center, JPIA Board. I have Edgar as a delegate and Gross as the alternate.
So I'll put it out there, or anybody interested. They're going through a little bit of a organizational transformation that's kind of interesting. I sat in a couple times for Marilyn as she was the delegate last year. You learn a lot about Westcom and get an opportunity to work really closely with the surrounding city council members. So it's a pretty neat experience.
I'll do it if nobody wants to do it.
I think, yeah, Richard,
Yeah,
Sure.
okay, we had talked about
That's
that
good.
before anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard Murphy is the delegate and Dean Gross is the alternate. City Attorney Selection Meeting, I believe is being discussed at the February 4th meeting.
Yeah, let's, again, just leave that one.
Okay, then we'll move that one. And City Manager Selection Committee, we have delegate as Gross and Kusamoto.
Okay.
Do we want to add the Rossmore?
Okay, so,
Rossmore working?
so there's a question, do we want to assign I guess an ad hoc, right? Ad hoc, 2 members, and I'll open up for discussion, and I'll open up for discussion, and then I'll weigh in.
I'd like to make it the mayor and the mayor pro tem. I think that's what we did last time, wasn't it?
But, okay, but, so you're willing to have the ad hoc created here at this spot, and then we can talk about population.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, right? Richard, any comments?
That's
questions?
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Troy?
Yeah, I mean, let me just ask this. The engagement, where does that start? Is it, so the sphere of influence item has been worked into the general plan. We went over and actually had a discussion with Rossmore, and that was a ton of fun. So what else do we want to do to stir things up over there?
I don't think it's stir things up. I think it's more having a seat at the table as a neighbor, because the bow was extended. It didn't go well the last time because I don't think the communication necessarily was the same. And then we had other members of the council show up, as well as members of the community show up, and it went badly. Frankly, I view Rossmore as a neighbor. I think if there's ever an annexation that were to occur, and I don't think that's something that's a topic on either side of Catella at this particular point, we can be a help to them and vice versa in the process. I know they're looking at latent powers, I think, still, and there's issues with the county still. And, if they want to talk about it, if they want to say, what would Los Alamitos do, in terms of supplying public works or supplying police services, they're basically utilizing park services from us or through the youth center in there. So there's a relationship that I think we continue to try and maintain.
Let me just give you a perspective of being really close to it and then kind of going through it in this last election is I think until they work through their latent powers thing, I think the council had kind of concluded that we were going to kind of stay out of their way. I think that, even if you read, the Rebecca Laura's RPMT, which when I read that, the first thing I see is just a tremendous amount of burglaries and crime and stuff going on in there. And right away I want to go, hey, we can provide police services, but I learned my lesson. So I don't know if it would even be appreciated, at least with the current RCSD board. I don't know if even by us establishing this, unless we were really specific on what we were trying to do, I think what's the message that we're sending? We're here to help. They've already been fairly clear they don't want help.
They actually came to us, though, at the meeting to say, let's open a dialogue. Let's have some sort of continuing dialogue.
Okay.
I mean, we all remember the other meetings, so
Yeah.
we want no repeat of that, but a continuing dialogue, and just to really see where it goes. It doesn't have to be monthly, or I'm sure 3 a year might be plenty.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like the SRO idea, I think that would be
Yeah.
a perfect opportunity to address that.
Okay. So we're good with that. So I think there was a suggestion. It would be myself and Mayor Pro Tem Mejia. I'm willing to serve unless there's someone else that has a heart.
That's fine.
Desire. Jerry, you good with that?
Yes.
So it'll be myself and Jerry. So there's that piece of business that we're adding, and then
Is there any discussion of base closure?
Base closure is something we want to discuss and contemplate, so.
I mean, it could be agendized too for down the road. It doesn't have to be today, but it just seems as if there's going to be budget cuts in the military.
You know, if I can, I don't disagree with that, but maybe this one, can we hold it for a future meeting so we can actually put something around it instead of just, arbitrarily picking out names and then
That's
I'll
fine.
look at input from Dean because you're close to the
Yeah.
folks in the base and really what is the purpose of the.
And I would say we need to be careful in how we identify
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I believe the base is included as part of the general plan, and that gives us an idea of what would happen
Yeah.
with that area should something occur. But with the investment of over $100 million worth of structures that were just dedicated a week ago, they're going to be hard pressed in the meeting today that we had, the briefing that we had today on it. It was clear that it's not something that they're looking at. If the feds do anything, 2016 would be the earliest, and they're making more investments in the infrastructure over there that just would make it difficult to do. That's, as we said today, don't ever say never.
Yeah.
So.
But is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay,
Fine.
thank you. This is good. There's one thing I do want to bring up, and it is the LATV ad hoc. I'd like to at least constitute two of us that would be that kind of that focal point or the meeting point. Not that it has any specific function now, but as we kind of go forward, I think I'd like to have that established. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Mejia had served on that before with Councilmember Stevens, so I'd like to suggest we constitute the LATV ad hoc. And looking for support for that if it's an idea that.
I support that.
I support it as
Okay, now, who would want to, I'll say, comprise the ad hoc? You've already done it, so I don't know if you want to go back.
I mean, I have historical knowledge, but if somebody else is interested, I'm not looking to get in the way of that, that's for sure.
So any takers?
So you want to be on it, or?
No,
Oh.
I'm just saying, if no one's interested, I at least have historical knowledge, but if there are others of you on the council that would like to be there, I encourage you.
I think it's something that's going to need to be done because I can see some things brewing.
Okay.
Amongst
Would
the
you
commission.
serve? Would you serve on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And is there a second, if that would serve? Because if not, I'd be happy to do that.
Well-
Yeah, it'd be good for you.
I'm sorry, did Jerry say she wanted to serve?
She would if no one else wanted.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
okay.
So there's
Okay.
So Dean and Warren?
yeah. Okay, and that's what I had. So I think we've got through everything, right, Wendy?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to just read everything real quick?
Sure.
We have California Joint Powers Authority. Delegate is Gross. Alternate is Murphy. Orange County Fire Authority Board of Directors. Delegate is Kusamoto. Alternate is Graham Mejia. Orange County Sanitation District Board of Directors. Delegate is Edgar. Alternate is Richard Murphy. Orange County Vector Control District. Jerry Graham Mejia will continue her term that expires December 13. League of California Cities State Division. Delegate is Kusamoto. Alternate is Graham Mejia. City Selection Meeting. Delegate is Kusamoto. Alternate is the City Council. We'll remove Association of California Cities. Los Alamitos Unified School District / City Working Group. Delegates are Graham Mejia and Councilmember Gross. Orange County Library Advisory Board. Delegate is Mayor Kusamoto, and alternate is Richard Murphy. OCTA I-405 Policy Working Group. Delegate is Graham Mejia. Alternate is Gross. West Cities Communication Centers. Delegate is Richard Murphy. Alternate is Dean Gross. Remove City Attorney Selection Committee. City Manager Selection Committee is Councilmember Gross and Mayor Kusamoto. Adding Rossmore City Working Group. Delegates are Kusamoto and Graham Mejia. And adding LATV Ad Hoc Committees, Councilmember Gross and Mayor Kusamoto.
Great, thank you. So with all that said, is everyone clear as to what we finally have laying flat here?
I make a motion to accept the slate.
So motion, is there
Second.
a second? Okay. Any further discussion? All right, thank you all for this. I'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of the slate, say aye.
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 Opposed? It passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, let's see. 11B would be council comments, and just in alphabetical order, no, actually, the roll call order. Councilmember Edgar, would you like to go first?
Yeah, a couple things. Orange County Sanitation District focus. We're going to be providing a presentation at the next council meeting to talk a little bit about the rate issue that's coming up with the Sanitation District, coming off of a 5-year, 10% a year rate increase. And it's coming down to its end this year, and we're trying to make an assessment of where does the rates go for the next year. Starting 2013 for the next 8 or 14 for the next 8 years. I wanted to make sure and get information to you guys, get feedback. As you know, as the chair, I'm a facilitator of the process, not trying to lead a certain path down it. But I do want you to see kind of what the issues are and where we're at. I want to encourage the rest of the city council to really consider going to the Americana Awards. I think Teresa Murphy has done a tremendous amount in our community. I didn't make the comment up front when she was up there, but not only within Precious Life, but she's a very active community member in a lot of different things. And again, a great opportunity. You know, last year at the Americana Awards, we had the opportunity of hearing the gentleman that runs the Mexican food restaurant that actually feeds all the homeless in the hotels across Anaheim. And it was really, really fascinating. You'll see the good works being done across about 8 or 9 of our cities. And it was just really not only good, also for Cypress College. I mean, the underlying thing is they're trying to provide scholarships for kids that don't have the means to be able to afford it. And it's just a great opportunity to give back to the community and be a part of that. And when they talk about the table being pretty expensive for the city, but I don't know how many people decide that they're going to go. You know, if we all decided we were going to go and bring our spouses, then that would constitute a table. Not that we say we're going to do that, but that's kind of what they were inferring. Last is the comments made earlier in the public comment about the Chamber of Commerce. I just want to clarify, although I am a member of the Chamber of Commerce and very supportive of the organization, I am not a board member, and I'm not on any of the committees that organize any of the events. But I do want to clarify, you know, I don't think that it's you know, the way that meetings are set up where you can make public comments, it by law is to allow us to listen and not interrupt and start a dialogue. And that was one of the criticisms is, you know, you guys don't talk back to us. Believe me, if we should talk back to you, it would be a lot different discussion in the beginning, because I wouldn't take half the crap that I hear coming across here. But, you know, when you listen to some of this stuff and some of the misstatements, I know that the community's smart enough to know that, you know, these are statements made by people. They need to be validated, and you know, Jerry and I have been on the council when we used to be very responsive from the dais, and I think you can see both sides. We've been hit tonight by different comments, and we just kind of let it roll off our backs and go from there. But you know, over time, I think when there's you know, someone like Judy Clebeau who's done a tremendous amount in this community, Jam, you really backhanded compliment I think was very inappropriate. You know, that say that she's done a good job, or I made a mistake. I said that she doesn't know what she's doing. She did her job so well that she's actually made more money and hasn't helped out the community. I think was very unfair. And you know, again, a lot of us take different forms, and I'm not criticizing Jam, your role and whatever you're doing for this community, but you know, shoulder to shoulder going out, whether you're parts of charities, whether you're in youth sports, wherever you are, you won't find anybody more dedicated than Judy Clebeau. And I really personally take offense to that attack on her, and it really bothers me. And you know, I think that, you know, you want to come up and be constructive. You know, it's not a forum to just have a one-way discussion and start just maligning people. I really think that you know, take your responsibility serious, because you do prepare when you come, but you know, be more professional. I'd really appreciate it, because I would like to get something from the public comment, but every week you come up, it's a different attack, and it's just you know, it's just not helpful. And you know, I think again, you know, the Chamber of Commerce has done a tremendous amount for the community. It is a chamber event. It's not a chamber event to try and raise as much money as they can for a charity. It's also, there's an organization called Chamber of Commerce that has to support itself. And, you know, I think that, you know, right now, you know, Sherry Kropp is the superintendent of schools, is the current president or chairman of that, and I think she's got a tremendous job. There's the new professional group, that young professionals that they've started. I mean, there's a lot of good things going on in this community, and I would invite anybody, you know, instead of breaking stuff down, you know, start with what's there and see if you could build it up. And with that, I'll give it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Gross. Where to go right now?
Okay.
Thank you.
I kind of echo that same comment. I think having been involved with Wings, Wheels, and Rotors and in its early infancy, there's a great deal of effort to try and minimize the amount of involvement, and some of it we're told we can't minimize. I think the fact that they've been able to increase the amount that they've given back to the morale, welfare, and recreation group at the base, it was 19,000. I think this year it was 21,000 the year before, 20,000 the year before that, and I believe it was like 10,000 the year that I was involved. But it all involves making sure that expenses are contained and as minimal as possible. So, get involved with them, and maybe you get an idea of how it goes together, and can give some ideas to improve it and minimize those expenses. A week ago, this last Saturday, I attended the ribbon cutting for the new 79th Sustainment Headquarters that has been built over at the Joint Forces Training Base. As I mentioned earlier, that's about $100,000 worth of development. It includes a two-story main headquarters. It's really state-of-the-art. They recycle 99.9% of their waste in their facility, and we learned today at the Regional Military Affairs Committee that the 0.1% that's not recycled has to do with the men's urinals. So I don't want to go any further in that, but they have overhead on their canopies that over the parking areas are all solar. Everything that they've done with the building meets what they call a leaf gold level, which is just the top. It's amazing all of the things that they've done, and there's about another $50,000 worth of, maybe it's more than that. I think it's about 50,000 more square feet of mechanical building space that's down on the west side, kind of backs up to suburbia on that side of the base, and I would really encourage council members to get a chance to go over and see that. And I appreciate the mayor allowing me to give them a certificate during that ribbon cutting. That afternoon, there were 5 officers from the 79th Sustainment that retired, and certificates were given to all 5 of those folks as well. This past weekend, past week, Wednesday through Friday, Councilmember Murphy and myself attended the League of Cities Academy up in Sacramento. It was a repeat for me, but it was beneficial because there were a lot of changes and things that I learned. It also gave us a great opportunity to create some networking with the cities of Westminster, the cities of Seal Beach, and the cities of Cypress. And I'll let Councilmember Murphy kind of allude a little bit more to it, because I think he got more out of it probably than I did in the process. I talked about the issues of the Orange County League, and I guess we're going to agendize that later on. One of the things that was mentioned up there, which I thought was a good thinking, particularly where we have one council meeting a month, was that there's some councils that have a policy that they will not start an item on the agenda after 10 o'clock. And so it pretty much says to the community, we'll work through everything, but at 10 o'clock we're going to stop. That'll be the last item that we'll deal with. Now, that may take us till midnight, but I think it's fair to the community, particularly where we're starting at 6, that the goal being is that we'll stop at 10 o'clock. That might be something that we might want to talk about. That brings me to the last item, and both Councilmember Murphy and I kind of talked about this over lunch and several of the opportunities that we had. We're new onto the council for all intents and purposes, and the council has a set of goals that they've had from prior years, and with a new city manager coming in, the idea to either have a goal-setting session or an opportunity to get together where we can talk about these different things, these different issues, would be something that would be advantageous for myself, and I think Mr. Murphy would appreciate the same thing, just so that we can kind of get brought up to steam in that particular process. And with that, I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gross. Councilmember Murphy.
As Dean said, it was a councilman's school. It was a very, much more than I expected, actually. Learned a lot, raised a lot of questions, I think about 10 pages of notes with things to look at. What struck me the most, though, in our discussions there, and it brought up a little bit today, is we are at a very exciting time in the city. You know, we are starting over in a way, and we have the opportunity to shape that future, both us, the audience, the city staff. Unfortunately, today there were several personal attacks, and you know, I'd like to ask if those could be more generalized to the council. You know, if you want to say that Attorney Levin has not been treated properly, there's a way to say it without a personal attack. And you know, you're seeing lots of 5-0 votes. You're seeing a lot of spirited discussion up here. I think that's why you voted for Dean and I. I mean, I lost one 4-1 today. So I think one thing that a lot of people I've talked to are very excited about is the fact that there's no guaranteed 3-2 vote up here. Anybody can win or lose, raise a good idea, you'll get support for it. One of the few thank yous, if I may, for all the people who contacted me regarding the Mayor Pro Tem decision. I want to thank every one of you who contacted me, especially those who didn't agree with me, because you presented well thought out arguments and never going to insult me that way. It's easy to call and agree and say you're the greatest guy in the world, and don't stop, by the way. But for those who had a different opinion, very happy to hear it. I want to congratulate the News Enterprise. They've put out an editorial that they're going to be more news-oriented. They're going to hold the council responsible. I think that's great. Also at Let's Fix Los Al, Dave has gone to a positive approach. I think that would be much more beneficial to the city. I want to thank the staff. Those are still here. It's been a tortured road to get the items that affected you today, but thank you for giving me time to figure out, and we finally got there. I would like to request, we got one day early on the agenda. Still like to shoot for a week. But if we're having one meeting a month, a week should be possible. And finally, I would like to ask how I bring up, I'd like to attend this Association of California Cities of Orange County has a 2-day councilman's school also. If Dean and I could be allowed to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'll kind of defer to the city manager. I think it's within your spending authority for that academy, so I think that's
it's $80.
Absolutely. Just
thank you.
Sign up and either give me a call or give Wendy a call, and we'll do what we need to get you
thank you.
Registered.
And the basic requirement when you're reimbursed for an expense for attending a conference or a seminar is to do what you just did and report back to the council. It's part of the expense reimbursement policy, so after you attend an event like that, you just report back and with a quick comment about what you learned and anything of interest.
I'm already registered and just figured I would pay at the door, so my understanding was we needed to get council approval for that, but if it's just through the city manager, that's fine.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
It's not on the agenda this evening, so we can't get council approval for it, but it is within the city manager's authority, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I wanted to say congratulations to our new commissioners. We had, before the regular meeting, interviews, and we have a couple of returning commissioners and a couple of new commissioners, so I want to welcome them all. I want to report out that I attended Vector. It was not a very eventful meeting, but we did have the opportunity for our reorganization, and Doug Bailey, who is a council member over in Cypress, is now the seated chair. So congratulations to Doug. I think he will do a good job. I wanted to bring to the city manager's attention on Los Alamitos Boulevard by the restaurant Preveza. There are signs, many signs that have to do with detours and such like that. There's one sign that's very low, and if someone's riding a bike by, could hit their head on that, and I just don't want it to be a liability for the city. So if you see your way to it, maybe you can have Public Works look at that. I'd like to have agendized for the next meeting the format for the minutes, and in an attempt to potentially go back to the summary minutes, which are far more informative and more inclusive and more clear as to who said what, and I think that's important. I wanted to report out that we do have Wi-Fi in the chamber now, so there was a recommendation for that some time ago, and it has been completed. I have a little different spin for Wings, Wheels, and Rotors. At one point, they did come to us, the chamber, and say that they needed our assistance, and we gave that willingly, but that assistance does come at a cost. And if they're making a profit, then I think that we should look into whether or not they shouldn't be paying for those services as any other group in this community would have to do if they were having a special event that was not run by the city itself. As far as the comments, I think that I understand where Councilmember Edgar's coming from, and I appreciate what Richard has had to say, but when you're a council member, that's just one of the unfortunate situations that comes with it. Everyone in this community has a right to come and speak before this council and express their satisfaction or their dissatisfaction. And I think to curtail their ability to do so in the manner in which they are feeling, then I think that would be limiting, and I don't support that. I myself, like Troy, was the recipient of some input that could have been perceived as negative, but I don't take it that way. It's always a learning opportunity for me, and you take what you think is applicable and you try and improve yourself, and with the other, you kind of just, like Troy said, let it roll off your back. So I do think that, you know, the Wings, Wheels, and Rotors, the chamber, they don't only just get money for Wings, Wheels, and Rotors, but they also get money for their directory, which comes from an amount of money that was set aside in the trash contract. They also get some other monies that are given through that set aside for the $280,000 from the trash contract. So I think we need to look at that stuff as a whole. I'm not looking to damage the chamber. I just think that we need to be appropriate, because there are a lot of nonprofits in this city, and if everyone came and asked us for the same kinds of the way I see it, gift of public funds, we could find ourselves in real trouble. So I think that moving forward, we might want to look at some kind of a policy that addresses whether or not we're going to support nonprofits, and if we are, what the format to do that is, so that we can be fair across the board. And with that, Mayor, I'll go ahead and pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I do want to thank Councilmember Gross for attending the ribbon cutting and the, I guess, recognizing those soldiers, the warfighters that are retiring. So thank you for doing that. And that said, I think there's some other opportunities. There's something coming up at Santa Ana. I believe the council has received that. And if there's any interest, I would like, Wendy, if we can work it through you. And certainly, if someone wants to go, please represent the city. And let's get out there as a voice and a face representing our city, and that's what I'd like. So especially if you have a desire, a heart's desire for that. I know Councilmember Gross has it for the base, and I appreciate that. I'm not able to break away from work to get out here. Let's see. I did have a meeting with the racetrack representative and the developer. So Frank Sharon and Patrick Maloney regarding their plan to develop the land adjacent to Enterprise and Catella. So it's very informative. I think Councilmember Egger has mentioned about that, and I think that's something we will have to figure out how to have a public workshop to get the to inform the public and then get their input. Because what I walked away from this meeting is that the developer is looking for public input to help shape and have the least amount of impact and address the concerns of the public. So that's something I think we'll have to be doing in the upcoming meetings, upcoming months. I do want to thank the new commissioners that were seated, and also thank those that applied. Please try again. There are other opportunities to serve our city, and I think, it just, we had some critical timing issues there. I think please encourage you to reapply at the next opportunity. And then finally, I had a chance to meet with a representative, a director from Cal Optima, and he explained the Affordable Health Care Act and how it affects residents of our city. he is trying to do some outreach, and I believe he's talked with, he talked with the city manager. I believe he's talked with Corey out of Parks and Recs to possibly have some kind of public outreach on the Race for the Faith. I don't know how that's progressing, but did want to bring that up for members of the public that Cal Optima is out there trying to be, to help educate you as how they service the public and how you might be affected or benefit from this organization. So Cal Optima was here. And I think with that, I am going to...
Mayor, you brought up a point with the meeting with the developer at the track, and both Councilmember Murphy and myself also met with that same developer. So just for clarity and transparency, we've met with him too.
We didn't assign someone for that.
Oh.
So we need to address it next meeting.
Okay. I see. All right. With that, then, back to City Manager for comments.
Thank you. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Sandy. And she has worked tirelessly for the city, giving her time at night, on the weekends. It's basically 24/7. Very, very generous with her time and energy. The working with other members of her firm have just been delightful, and more than that, just really helpful, professional, articulate, super smart people. Personally, this year has just been a pleasure, and I would just want to wish her well in her great new job and say just thanks, Sandy.
Thank you. Thanks, Sandy. Okay, I think with that, we're going to adjourn to closed session. We'll come out and make any reports that we might need to, and thank you all. We still got